Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to our City Council meeting. Today is Monday, December 5th, 2022. It's approximately 1 p.m. Before we have our Pledge of Allegiance, I'm going to ask you to please rise for a brief moment of silence as we reflect back on the brave men and women of the United States Armed Forces as they protect our interests around the globe, as well as Medal of Honor winner Hershey Miramora, who passed last week, as well as the courageous men and women of the Las Cruces Police Department and the Las Cruces Fire Department as they keep our city safe 24/7, 365. Councilor Abeta, if you join me in the pledge, please.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. And Jennifer Martinez from our Communications Office will introduce our Pets of the Week.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. I am Jennifer Martinez with the City's Communications Office, and today we have Purity, a 4-year-old female. She came into the ASCMV with a litter, but since has been spayed. She would love to focus on being a sweetie and not a mom. If you know of a family that can provide pets for her all day long, please make time to meet with her. And then we will meet Roxy. Roxy is a little more than 40 pounds. She's calm, quiet, and friendly. She starts out a little bit timid in new situations, but is curious and will get comfortable very quickly. This girl is up for walks or hanging out with other dog friends and loves kisses and cuddles too. She will fit into any home. If you're looking for an easygoing, curious pup, this is the one. You can make a call to the ASCMV to make arrangements to meet with these pretty girls. You can call the number 3820018. And if you have time, there is a farmer's market adoption event going on this Saturday from 10 a.m. to 1 p.m. Best Friends National Adoption Weekend is the 9th through the 11th. Also, if you're interested, there is a Home for the Holidays adoption promotion where the cost of adoptions is only $25 until the end of the year, and the first 80 adoptions will be fully sponsored by the Doña Ana County Humane Society. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Jennifer. Now I have Irene Pata from the Economic Development Department who's going to do the Jobs of the Week.
Good afternoon, Mayor and City Council. Irene Pata with Economic Development. So we begin with the City of Las Cruces, who is looking for a commercial plumber. This position pays $20 an hour and is open until filled. White Sands Missile Range is looking for a child and youth program assistant. This position pays $16 an hour and closes on December 27th. Mesilla Valley Public Housing Authority is looking for a work orders clerk. This position pays between $26,000 a year and $39,000 a year, depending on experience, and this position closes on December 23rd. American Red Cross is looking for a workforce scheduler. This position pays between $55,000 a year and $74,000 a year, depending on experience, and closes on February 20th, 2023. Davita Healthcare Partners is looking for a patient care technician. This position pays between $28,000 and $43,000 a year, depending on experience, and this position closes on February 20th, 2023. And finally, NMSU is looking for a facilities technician. This position pays between $25,000 and $41,000 a year, depending on experience, and this position closes on December 22nd. For a full list of jobs, internships, and volunteer opportunities, you can visit los-cruces.org or employnm.com. And as always, if you have more questions about workforce connection, you can reach them at 575-524-6250 or at their location at 226 South Alameda Boulevard, as well as online at employnm.com. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Irene. Okay, next, it looks like we have none. Usually is presentation of certificates or proclamations. So we're going to go to the conflict of interest statement. This is where I ask if any member of the City Council, City Manager, or any member of the City staff has any known conflict of interest on any item on the agenda.
None.
None by Flores.
None, Aveda.
None, Graham. None, Gordon.
Okay, seeing none. And before we get to public participation, I was going to say a couple things here because there's probably some people out in the audience. But public participation is for members of the public to speak to council for a total of 7 minutes, 3 minutes at the podium on any general subject, and up to 4 minutes for items that are on the agenda. All that we ask is if it's on the agenda, if you can wait, that would be great. And if you can't, just let us know. So I'm going to give out some information. Council can't discuss this. This is for your own edification so that you can, if you want to respond back to constituents, because I know you've received a lot of emails on both of these two subjects. So I wanted to kind of give you an update, and that may set the stage for perhaps someone who out there who wanted to come to and share some comments with the council. First one is the Las Cruces Country Club, the Tross building. I recognize it is a Tross building, and as does the owner. I was able to reach the owner today, and he said that he's willing to help whatever he can. In fact, he's actually willing to give the building away. Okay, so wait a minute. Let me be real clear on when he says give the building away. So what I was suggesting to him was, I know there's a tremendous amount of interest out there. Maybe some of you out there today, right now, who are interested in wanting the city to basically save the building. So although I can't discuss this with my colleagues, I'm just putting this out there for information, and I'm not suggesting it's the city. But if the group wants to form an organization, whether it's Save the Las Cruces Country Club, LLC, or whatever it may be, and raise half the money, I will do my best to come up with the other half, whether it's some other type of appropriation. So let me just give you an example. The cost estimates that was given to me to move the building range anywhere from $75 to $125 a square foot. The building is 2,900 square feet. So if you use the amount of 2,900 times $100 a square foot, that's $290,000. The current owner said that he's willing to donate the amount that he was going to spend for the demolition, which was $40,000, towards that $290,000. That leaves $250,000. Take half of that is $125,000. I asked if he'd give me 2 weeks to gauge the interests of those interested parties out there. He said, okay, but please know that he's on a strict timeline. And when I said give the building, he says if they can move it, they can store it temporarily on their property until you find a place to place it. He doesn't need to sell it. There are companies out there that can actually move a building. And he says you can have the building. So there you go with that. Second thing is the Desert Hope Apartments. Councilor Graham and I and Ifo, I don't think you were there. We had a Zoom call the other day with HUD officials. Keep in mind, this is a building that has special types of credits associated with it. That's why I invited HUD. I needed to find out what exactly are the parameters, because we didn't want to disrupt that the structure of it. So they were very helpful. They shared with us that they gave us 3 options, and I want to focus on the third option, because the current option that they're currently doing. When the director of the Housing Authority came to me a few years back, and he admits that he told me that this was going to be used primarily for homeless veterans. Now, there's a structure called Oak Street Apartments off of Oak Street, off of South Main, that does just that, houses homeless veterans. And it's been ongoing for at least 10 years, maybe a little bit longer. And I can tell you, in the last 10 or 15 years that I've been mayor, I've received only 1 email over there. So I thought, maybe if we can change the makeup of the Desert Hope to start including more homeless veterans, because there's only 1 there. 39 other occupants, only 1 homeless vet. So HUD said, you know what, we'll help. They'll change some of the vouchers to allow for homeless vets to be there. Sounded good? That is an option for the Housing Authority, for the Community of Hope to do. I'm going to just leave it at that. I thought it was a very productive meeting. Am I saying that they're going to go to that model? Not at this time. But that is an option, and I believe that that is a very viable option, and I think that is an option that we need to keep open. Okay, so that's what I have for that. Okay, so we're going to go ahead and start with public participation. I usually start on my left. I usually start on the first row. There's nobody there, so second row, if you have anything you'd like to say, please come forward, state your name, and you'll have 3 minutes, please.
Thank you very much for your time, everybody. My name is Jane Bloom, and I am the owner of Dwell Yoga in the downtown business area here. So I'm just here to share some, I know this is not new to any of you, but some of the continued concerns about the homeless population and the impact of downtown businesses. On November 10th of this year, a letter was written to each of you from our studio and our business, and I appreciate many of you responded back personally, so thank you for that. It was really comforting and helpful to know. Over the last 2 years, but particularly in the last about month, we've had an increase of incidences that have been violent in impacting the business and our teachers. Most recently, and I'm just kind of going off the letter here, but one of our teachers was attacked Wednesday, November 9th, with rocks thrown at her car, and including threats, "I'm going to rape and kill you." So at that time, she could not leave her car, and she had to cancel class. In October, one of our teachers in her car also was circled and threatened. In August, in the early morning, during a yoga class, rocks were thrown at our windows, and then also thrown at our, and during that time, fortunately, no rocks broke the windows while the class was practicing, but during that time, they went to the business next door to us, which was Berkshire Hathaway, and did break their front door with rocks. I know those rocks have been removed, but that just seems, in addition to a series of other events, which I won't share right now for sake of time, kind of a Band-Aid approach to a much deeper issue. I've been in this community for 27 years as a practicing counselor and now a business owner that I purposely chose to want to be part of the downtown revitalization. So I have a very compassionate place for the bigger issue that's going on. And now I'm coming to you as someone also from the business perspective too, of wanting to find a bigger solution to a really complex layered problem. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Jane, and I'm sorry to hear about that information that you relayed.
Yeah.
I take it that there was a report done?
Yes, please report made. And
Can you email that to me?
yes.
Okay, great.
Uh-huh.
All right,
Thank you all.
Okay, so that was the second row, no one on the third row. Fourth row?
My name is Juan Garcia, Council Mayor. First of all, congratulations, and I applaud you and Councilor Graham, Mayor, for engaging with HUD in trying to, or attempting to fix our chronic crime problem that we have in the city. Thank you. My focus is not on the homeless. Tomorrow I could be homeless myself. My focus is on crime, just like our previous citizen that came up here. This is wanton crime that happens for absolutely no reason. What I'm going to talk about today is imagine you driving up to your residence with your headlights on, reflecting the side of your home. You discover your home had been tagged or criminally vandalized. You exit your vehicle and the stench hits you. Not paint, but excrement, poop. Used to write on the side of the wall in large letters. Some criminals took the time to collect enough excrement to be able to write "Little Dick" and other words on the wall. Now you're left with a cleanup job of a filthy, biohazardous, senseless criminal act, which is an attempt to terrorize this and other Hispanic small business owners. In the real case, the business element later returned and dumped a large can of trash, simply because there's very little, if any, consequences. You have all these details because I sent them to you Friday. If there were harsh consequences, the criminals would think twice, consider the options. Open a substation on CD3. Lobby your state colleagues for stiffer penalties. Ask the victims who have been hit time after time if you're moving fast enough. If they say you are, then okay. I doubt it. Many of these crimes are committed in Council District 3, but the rest of the city is also terrorized. Safe Haven, who lost about a week's worth of business when the criminal element hit him, or twice the space in Solano, who suffered over $15,000 worth of damage, or the Shell gas station that I just met with a little while ago before I got here. who now have bars in front of the door, or the dollar store on North Valley, which is part of CD4. I meet the managers and the owners of this business, and I can go on, and it is very unfortunate. But what about the rest of the city? Car thefts, break-ins. It is unfortunate CD3 was turning into a cesspool of crime, while Councilor Gay Vasquez was pushing for the ban of plastic bags. I know you have limitations, so where are our state representatives and senators? In my opinion, fixing crime is not a politically expedient objective. You can't protest and support, quote, police reform while pushing for more police on the street or ask for police substation. Thank you. I'd like to introduce this picture on the record.
Juan, if you can, leave it with the city clerk, please. Anyone else on the fourth row?
Mayor, councils, Eric. My name is Carlos Navarrete. My office is in the corner of Solano and Missouri. That picture that he gave you is from my building. Now, I know I only have 3 minutes, so I'll be brief, but to the point. You know, living here, I've lived here 65 years. I was born here. And I've never seen anything like this. It's terrible. In the past 2 years, my store front doors have been broken 3 times. You know how much those storefront windows cost? They're not cheap. My electrical wiring system has been vandalized. My irrigation system has been destroyed. I constantly have to come in the morning and clean feces, vomit, urine, and needles. And I'm sorry to bring this up after your lunch, but it's a reality that I'm living. My life has been threatened several times just because I tell these people, move on. This is private property. You're not allowed here, because they leave a mess. So I've been threatened. So since I only have maybe 1 minute left, I'll talk about this past week, okay? Last Sunday night, they lit a fire in the back of my building. I called the police. Well, you know, I'm still waiting for them to show up. They never showed up. There was a fire back there. I should have called the fire department, maybe. So on Monday, when I got to work, I called the police to make the report, and again, they didn't show up. On Wednesday, a homeless were there in the rear of the building, and there was a mess everywhere. On Thursday, I showed up and found feces in the corners of my buildings. On Friday, again, there they were, and I caught the woman urinating on the curb. And she got up and ran, and I told them, if I ever see you again, I'm going to call the police. And she's like, call them, I don't care. Well, that night, they tagged my building. And you have that picture. And if you'd like, I can email you the actual pictures in color. So I called the police. Well, it took several hours, and they finally made it. Well, finally, they sent a police aide, like a 15, 16-year-old young man. Nothing against him, but he's the one that filled in. So I need to know, is this something that can be fixed, or will somebody have to be seriously hurt or die before you do something? Thank you.
Thank you, Carlos. I'm going to wait and see if Rick had anything to say, and I'm going to address yours and Juan's concern. Rick, are you going to say anything? Okay, so, and again, I can't engage counsel on this. This is just my own response here. So I understand, I think you all know that a few years ago, a couple years ago, there was a constitutional amendment called bail reform, and that was passed. And it put 2 conditions that judges have to meet before they can house the perpetrators. One is a flight risk, the other one is a danger to society. And they have a long list of things as far as danger to society. It seems real simple, but legislature included that. So I was talking with some district judges from around the state, trying to get some information, some advice from them. And they said, Ken, if you think you can get the legislature to add this one wording to this law, and it's as the courts may determine, that allows them the freedom to still maintain the flight risk and danger to society, or as the courts may determine. Sounds simple, but he says that would be enough for judges to be able to not circumvent the law and still be in the confines of it. So what I'm trying to say is, I hear you. I know all my colleagues hear you as well. I'm sure I see a lot of times when they're copied, when they're sending emails, I'm copied. I see it they're daily. And we're all trying to deal with this situation. But I'm going to look into this a little bit more, so I'm going to hopefully call on many of you to help tell our legislature, ask them, can you please have that wording put in? I don't know if that has to be a constitutional amendment. I have no idea. This is state law, and this is something there and it may have to be. But I can assure you that I think the public is willing to listen and do something, because not a day goes by that members of the public come, and various different ones, share with us the stories. And so I apologize for that. And Mr. Navarrete, if you'd like, you can email me the times that you sent the call, and we'll research it from Central Dispatch and find out why they didn't respond. Okay, so that's the 4th row. Anyone in the 5th row? No, Eric?
May I make a comment, or is it appropriate?
No, sorry. 6th row? Anyone? 7th? 8th? Last? Oh, yes, Sarah.
City Councilors and Mayor, my name is Sarah Smith. Since you're trying to find solutions to the increasing crime in Las Cruces, I wanted to share some information with you today. I recently submitted a request for public records on the top 20 repeat offenders in Las Cruces from January 2021 to September 2022. Here are a few snapshots from that data. The man at the top of the list for the most repeat offenses in Las Cruces was charged 63 times since January of 2021, with offenses including criminal trespass, possession of illegal drugs, assault, property damage, indecent exposure, shoplifting, and unlawful carrying of a deadly weapon. His address was listed as 999 West Amador, which means he's a homeless person because that is the address for the Mesilla Valley Community of Hope. The next man on the list also had 63 repeat offenses since 2021, charged with criminal trespass, shoplifting, and unlawful carrying of a deadly weapon. He is also listing Community of Hope as his address. The third man on the list had 56 charges, including trespassing, shoplifting, assault, and battery, meaning he actually physically harmed somebody. Same address listed for him. I could go on, but I think you get the idea here. We have men committing crime after crime after crime here in Las Cruces, and they are being continually released to go out and commit further crimes. Many of these people are listed as homeless, and Judge Joy Goldbaum is listed as the presiding judge in almost all of these cases. If you look at the dates when the crimes were committed, you can see there is clearly nothing deterring these men from committing further crimes, as they are being picked up for the same crimes over and over and over. Sometimes they're being picked up on the same day for the same crime. For the police, it must feel pointless to even show up and arrest these people, since they are then quickly released and can go back out to commit more crime. Councilor Bencomo and the Las Cruces Sun News have both previously mentioned a study about whether it would be effective to detain more people in jail until their court date. I have a copy of that right here. The study found that there would be a high false positive rate in detaining defendants, meaning they would not have committed further crimes in the pretrial period after being released. However, I've read the entire study, and it's not actually accurate to say that the top repeat offenders here in Las Cruces would fall under this. This is because this study is specifically looking at felonies only. It's not looking at misdemeanors. And all of the top repeat offenders in Las Cruces are being pulled in for misdemeanors, not for felonies. So this paper doesn't actually apply to our repeat offenders here in Las Cruces. And that also means that the attempts previously made at doing bail reform and some different crime things that the legislature have tried to do, they're always aiming at felonies. They're not actually aiming at misdemeanors. And that's the real problem that we're struggling with here, is the misdemeanors. I hope that you, as the City Council and Mayor, are urging the New Mexico State Legislature to take action towards reducing crime. I appreciate that you're doing that, Mayor, as you just mentioned. Based on this repeat offender data, which I'm going to give you, it's important to emphasize that any legislation needs to take into account misdemeanors and not just felonies if it's going to actually make any impact on what we're seeing here in Las Cruces. Las Cruces' children, families, and businesses are counting on you to fix the rising crime issues and to make our community a safe place to live and work. Thank you.
Thank you, Sarah. Okay, anyone else on my left? Okay, so I'm going to start on my right. First row, nobody. Second row looks like staff. Same with third row. Ma'am, do you have anything? No. Fourth row. Fifth row. Sixth row. Yes, ma'am. In the turquoise. I just need you to state your name, please.
New mic since I was here. My name is Joe Ruprecht, and I'm a longtime resident of Las Cruces. Good afternoon, Mayor Miyagishima, City Manager Pili, Mayor Pro Tem Gondara, and councilors. You are accustomed to me speaking regarding animals and animal care. Instead, today I am here to speak for a building. In a sense, I am pleading for a reprieve for the historic Trost-designed clubhouse, for which a demolition permit is said to be imminent, even though city policies and procedures are not currently being followed. My understanding is that you have very recently received letters regarding this building and its potential from knowledgeable local experts in historic preservation, including Gene Fulton of Time Springs and Michael Romero Taylor, contractor and son of local historian and icon J. Paul Taylor. Piggybacking on the mayor's earlier remarks, I want to present a transformative idea for the Trost Clubhouse. New site and new life. Deb Dennis and I were on Main Street this morning heading to the Las Cruces Country Club site to look in on the clubhouse. As we came to the intersection of Main and Amador, we passed the eyesore that Rob McCorkle has been campaigning against, and Deb had a transformative idea. The intersection of South Main and Amador has for years been designated by the City Council as the southern gateway to our revitalized downtown. The current building at the southwest corner of that intersection is an ahistorical mess of little or no cultural value. On the other hand, the Trost Clubhouse is an architectural gem that has significant support in the community as a cultural touchstone and local landmark. The developers of the clubhouse's current site have publicly expressed a desire to help that worthy building find a new location and a new life. For its part, the city would love to see some resolution to both of these situations without exerting great funds or effort. The mayor and a succession of city managers and councilors have often expressed their desire to actively engage in partnerships that advance the standing of Las Cruces as both a place to visit and a place to live. This is a case where the mayor, city manager, and city council can step up to that vision and act. Let's find a way to broker a partnership among John Hoffman and Bob Pofall, who control the downtown eyesore and have expressed their interest in developing it into a restaurant, and partner that with the development group that includes Randy McMillan and Dennis Crimmins. Crimmins has spoken regarding his preference to move the building rather than demolish it in a meeting in October with the Historic Preservation Commission. With care and attention, the City of Las Cruces could bring off a winning combination that turns problems into what could be award-winning solutions. I appreciate your allowing me the opportunity to speak here today, and thank you very much.
Yes, ma'am. You know, I'm glad you brought up about the permit because I left that off. It is true that there is a permit for demolition. That's true of any building that needs to be demolished in the City of Las Cruces. But regarding the preservation of historic buildings, that committee does not they cannot interfere of a private landowner from them demolishing their own building.
Excuse me,
Yeah,
go ahead.
they have the right to do that. We have no legal standing. If need be, I'll defer to our city attorney for that. But that's why when I mentioned about the opportunity for the organization, because there's an organization who wanted us to save the the old county managers complex. That's what I call it, the one next door to the what was it, the city-owned building. What's the Amador? Yeah. So yeah, and so if you and your colleagues can put together an organization that can help us, I'm just speaking for myself. I think we can come up with the other half. And that's why I mentioned since you mentioned the owner, Mr. McMillan, give me 2 weeks, and if the organization is serious, bring something back so I can relate to him. But I just wanted you to know about that permit. I want you to know about the committee. It has no, the city cannot stop them. They've been very gracious, and as you mentioned, they're willing to give the building away, not the land, but give the building away if it can be moved. And they said, listen, we'll store it on our location, but the plans that they've had for the renovation and all the work that they want to do out there, I mean, it's right in the middle of their roadway. So.
May I respond to you, Mayor, for
Yes,
a
ma'am.
moment? I have a background in architectural history. I also worked in an architectural firm for more than 2 years and was privy to many practices of contractors, developers. This was in the Phoenix area in the heyday of the 80s. And I have knowledge, yes, of the historic preservation limitations regarding what can be done with a private property owner and with or without their permission. On the other hand, my understanding is the city does have some procedures in place for examining alternatives and exhausting alternatives before demolition is permitted. My information coming in past community development, I checked with one of the clerks there, and the developers have pulled a permit. They have asked for a permit to demolish. It has not yet been granted. And my understanding is that city procedures are actually not being followed as far as the letter of 40-something. It's a document that's circulating amongst people this weekend. The other thing is that I appreciate your speaking with whichever of the developers or owners you were talking with. I kind of wish you had named which one, because I attended the...
Randy McMillan. Randy McMillan is
Okay.
the...
He was not at the October 3rd meeting of the Historic Preservation Commission meeting. Mr. Crimmins, Dennis Crimmins, did attend that and spoke on behalf of that group. I was there. I spoke with Mr. Crimmins afterwards. I emailed with him afterwards, received no reply. But Crimmins, in that meeting, and in a private conversation in the hallway after he spoke, was quoting different figures to me personally about the cost of demolition and the cost of moving, both in terms of the square footage and the total cost of either. So one of the things I might want to point out to you is that 2 weeks puts us very into the holidays. We're already close to the holidays. We'll be 2 weeks closer if you set that as your deadline. And this is not adequate time to reach a resolution on this. And as far as I understand it, and coming back to my architectural background, I haven't seen any document that shows a site plan for this development. I haven't seen any listing even of the number of units of any use they propose to put there. And in fact, Mr. Crimmins, in first part of October, made reference to his not even having seen where the roadways are intended to be. So I would hate to see the city go down a path where they're being sold something without having seen anything.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you very
I'm going to let IFO and, if need be, the city attorney to respond to the intricacies that you talked about,
Right.
which I have no knowledge about. But I will tell you that even prior to Mr. McMillan, I had spoken to the previous owner, Zach Weigert, and he alluded to the same thing, that was right in the middle of a roadway. So I'm just taking it for granted that maybe when Mr. McMillan and his group purchased it from Mr. Weigert, they kept the same plans. I don't know. But anyways, I'm going to let IFO speak to the intricacies.
I'm used to going to city meetings where the city is, proposing every little curb cut and every 3 inches of sidewalk.
Yeah, but-
So this is way far away from that.
Yeah, this is, unfortunately, sure, you're right, that's when the city's doing it, but when a private developer is doing it, they're dealing with community development and some other things. But anyways, let me let IFO talk on as far as the questions you have.
Well, I hate to, I'm sure I'm over the 7 minutes, or that we're over the 7
ma'am,
minutes.
this-
But
you-
what I would
I-
like to suggest is that what I came here to do today was to put forward this idea of how to solve 2 problems that have been significant and have been bothersome not only to the city, but to a lot of city residents and a lot of city groups, as far as historical groups, preservation groups. I just wanted to put forward that idea. I don't need to talk about specifics. I did want to point out the discrepancy between your specifics and what I heard in October from a similar person.
Well, the reason why, if you will, allow the city manager to speak, because that helps my colleagues respond to the many emails they're getting. I'm getting them, and I'm learning more, and so if you wouldn't mind, okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mayor.
Yes, Mr. Keeley.
So the first thing I'd like to do is dispel the misinformation that's going around in the emails that we're all getting, that we're not following procedure. So in Section 40, it talks about the Historic Preservation Commission and how anytime a demolition permit has been requested, that it needs to be reviewed by the Historic Preservation Commission. That's what it says there.
Right.
It's scheduled to go to the Historic Preservation Commission on the 14th of December. What was told to members of the group was that when it goes there, regardless of what happens there, we have no legal standing to prevent this demolition permit from being approved. Now, that was taken as we're just making a decision, we're bypassing the process, and I really want to dispel that because that is incorrect. And so there is also an argument to be made that that meeting that you had in October, a demolition permit was submitted back in early September, and the fact that it went to a work session, there's an argument from the property owner that counted as a review. Now, we argued with them.
That's disingenuous, and
Sure.
you know it. You
Sure.
know it.
Well, I honestly don't know that, but
I was there, and I can speak that with confidence, because that was not stated in the meeting. And there is an accurate record of the meeting minutes, because there was a recorder there
yeah, and that's
from the city.
And that's fine, ma'am, because we actually pushed against that. So we actually said that doesn't count, and so we moved it to get it on an agenda. So it's going to an agenda, it's on an agenda item, December 14th, which follows the process as outlined in the ordinance. So if we can please dispel that misinformation, because we're not doing anything illegal here. What we're trying to prevent is liability, because we can't just keep stalling and stalling. And so I appreciate you coming and providing solutions, because we're not getting many of those. And that's the argument from the property owner, is that every time he comes to meet, even with the city, he's saying every time we come to meet, we're saying don't demolish, throwing things out, but offering no money, no funds to do anything about it. At some point, we can't deny the permit. So we can go through our process and we can continue to stall and do things with our process, but at some point we're going to have to approve it unless there's an offer that can be made to the developer or to the landowner.
May I ask you a question?
Please.
Are you indicating to me that the city never denies a demolition permit? You're stating it as if the permit has to be approved. That indicates to me that the city never denies a demolition permit.
I'm not stating that, ma'am.
It is a logical jump, though, isn't it?
Well, I don't have a reason to, let me put it in a different way then.
Well, let me suggest a reason, because I understand the legalities. Again, I've been around, and I have been around other
And I'm talking
trades
a
and
legal
practices.
reason, right?
And I am used to thinking legal. I almost did law school, except I decided I would be crazy before I came out of there. So here's the thing. You can speak to me about legal, but I don't see the city process being followed, even if the developer claims that that was a public review of the situation, because they didn't come with a plan, they didn't come with specific figures. All of that was teased out by careful questions from the audience or from the commission members. And it seems to me that aside from the legalities and what you say are liabilities, I talked with the developer about one of those liabilities of having the building sitting there unused, but that's been true for years. To say that it needs to be resolved within the next 2 weeks seems a little bit of a fraud, because what greater liability is there in the next month that hasn't already been there for years? So in terms of something other than legal, I could have argued years ago that it was a legal question
Mayor,
to
I'd
tear
like to
down
call point
St.
of order.
Genevieve's.
Mayor, point of personal privilege, I'd like to call point of order on the agenda. I feel like we've gotten to a heavy conversation that is out of our agenda items, and I'd like to call the order.
Yeah, ma'am. Again, I just wanted you to hear the information that was presented.
Yes.
You heard the clarification from the from the city manager. So thank you very much. I'm sorry, we're going
To
to have
have
to.
just finished my last sentence, the tear down of St.
Point of order,
Genevieve's and the
I'm
tear
very
down of
sorry.
other buildings has left a gaping hole in the community, and we don't want to see that happen again. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so that was the 7th row. Anyone else on the 7th row? Israel, yeah, come on. I don't know if I'm 8th or 7th. You start 1 and then 2. No, I'm just kidding. No, I'm just joking.
I can speak on this and
No,
then
good.
speak later on an
No,
issue
no,
on the agenda, right?
no, go ahead. You want to talk on this issue as well?
No, not on this one, but I just, on the general public comment, but I can speak later on a specific issue.
This
Okay.
is general.
I just wanted to come up and offer remarks on the,
Welcome from Albuquerque. I'm glad you moved from Albuquerque, but I need you to
back home, yes.
need you to state your name, please.
Israel Chavez, and I just wanted to offer some remarks on the crime issue that was coming up. I served as an assistant district attorney in this district. I've also served as an assistant county attorney in Santa Fe. And I want to really get clear on what was being said about folks experiencing homelessness, being some of the top sort of offenders, especially in misdemeanor cases. And to be very clear, the work that this council did on the GO bond, in particular Mayor Pro Tem Gondera, that's going to reduce crime, because what we're seeing is people who are struggling with housing are those that are committing the most misdemeanor crimes. But something to be clear about in terms of, Mayor, you and I have talked about this, the issue about holding folks. On a misdemeanor, you have to dismiss the case if the person is incompetent. And I'm willing to bet that I know every single name of the highest offenders on that list, because I had those 1,000 rolling cases at once when I was an assistant DA. And you have to dismiss them in magistrate or municipal court if they are incompetent to stand trial. There is no mechanism by which we can assist these folks. And let's be clear about who we're talking about. We are talking about struggling folks who have a mental disability or a mental illness, who have no home, right? Those are the community members that we're talking about. The GO bond is going to help that. More housing investment. But I'd venture to say that most people in city and county government can't get a hold of the guy who runs the housing authority, because they tell me that, because he's so hard to get a hold of. And so we should be focusing on increasing access to services, because those folks who we're listing who are homeless, who are experiencing homelessness, are members of our community, whether we want them to be or not. And so as we focus on those services, we should be finding ways to provide assisted living to folks who are struggling from mental illness. We should be finding services that can support these folks, because, to be clear, those are the folks who are committing a lot of these crimes. And I worked on these issues. I would try to require in pretrial, before this case gets dismissed, I'd try to require them to enroll in care coordination with Medicaid, get them to enroll in Medicaid, right? Because I knew if I could just get them additional services, that was one of 15 cases that I could resolve by getting them more services. But the reality of it is the municipal court or the magistrate court has no authority to hold folks who are incompetent to stand trial. And incompetence is a legal term, right? It's not a disparaging term. It means that they cannot assist in their defense. And that is a constitutional, federal and state constitutional requirement. But what we should be doing is not trying to find a way to punish somebody who is struggling from mental illness. What we need to do is help these folks, right? And having been probably one of the only, maybe there's one other person in here who has actually prosecuted these cases, I watch these cases and I watch the people struggle. And the way we're going to solve this is we're going to connect them to more services, warm handoffs, housing, and assisted living. That's the true reality of this situation.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor.
Yeah. Okay, so that was 8th row. Anyone else? 9th row? Last row. All right. Just need you to state your name, please.
Get this down here. Hi, I'm Patty Hartman, and I've caught bits and pieces of the meeting today and then of the housing discussion, et cetera, et cetera. I came to speak on something specific, but then it's all just turned into a big theme. I was going to comment on the money for affordable housing. There's, two funds? One's from HUD, the Home ARP plan, and then the GO bond. I've been here since 2016, and honestly, and I'm not saying this to be insulting, but I have yet to find anything that has progressed or succeeded here. So when I think about all of this money, and I think of business as usual, and I think of how I've been treated by the mental health system, and I do agree with what he's saying, but there's a tendency to be pitying here and caretaking. What we need to do is empower people. And while I have major issues with depression and trauma, I come from California, and I am used to government of the people, by the people, for the people. And yet, what I see in Las Cruces is there's absolutely no connection. I've been in meetings where I'm just ghosted. People act like they don't even see me. And this is in the Suicide Prevention Task Force meeting. I'm not even acknowledged. Whereas I'm somebody who's struggling. My point is we need more public participation. And in the particular meeting or funding the Home ARP plan that's coming up, we have a public participation process, and we have a public hearing. But what stands out to me is that there's what are we supposed to comment on? I mean, it's just going through the motions, here's what we're required to do. This city should be engaging the public. There are groups out there who want to start working with homeless people, with doing something, but they feel like they don't know what to do. There's an overlap. There's a duplication of not just services in government, but with the public too. And what I wanted to suggest specifically was that we form a housing coalition, an affordable housing coalition. And then right before I left today, I thought, I'm going to Google that just to see. And oh my gosh, we have an affordable, affordable coalition for attainable housing. But when I tried to figure out who was on there, it's like there's really no information. And that kind of speaks to what I'm talking about of there's just no communication. I think the public should definitely be involved in this. There's people who've lived here all their lives. I think they could be really instrumental, and it would be very empowering, and it's just the democratic way to do things. So,
Patty, I'll leave you my card. If you can email me, I'd like to talk with you. I can share with you. And I didn't do it myself. I need my colleagues to do it. All the many things that have worked here in the city of Las Cruces. And I would like to hear more from some of your ideas as well. but definitely, I'd like to share that with you.
Well, mental health is failing, police are failing, housing is failing. And Mr. Peely, you know I have written to you like serious emails that you've even said like, oh, wow, I wish I would have known this before. It's a problem with actually communicating and engaging. And so, and Mayor, I have to say, I'm extremely disappointed in your reference to bail reform again. You really just need to look up the facts. They're not hard to find, and that's not the cause of this issue. You're scapegoating it. You need to take responsibility.
Okay. Thank
Mr. Mayor.
Okay, so.
Mr. Mayor, may I give her some information?
Sure.
Yeah. Patty, you said that you couldn't locate the Coalition for Affordable Housing. Go to the website of the League of Women Voters of Southern New Mexico. That's the coalition. And Beth Bardwell, an attorney.
Yeah, I saw the name.
Yeah, well.
Is that public? It says organizations.
No, well, just, I'm telling you, go to the League of Women Voters and then contact the organization. Or leave your name and information with our city clerk and I'll contact you.
Okay,
And I'm from Los Angeles. And
I know. You're my favorite.
Oh.
You are. You always have
maybe
been.
not after what I have to say. We have Skid Row in downtown. I grew up in Los Angeles County most of my life, lived in Sacramento, stumbled over drunks in the Tenderloin in San Francisco when I was going to law school. So it's all over the place. And so California, I think it's just because it's bigger and you can get on the freeway and you can enjoy the Getty Center as you're going north on the 405. And but it's all over, Patty. And I just wanted to just say that, and we'll get in touch with you.
Okay, but I have to finish that one because I've been, before I came here, I was in Oregon, which they're having a major problem with homelessness. And what are they doing? They're getting the mayors of the cities from Washington all the way down to California to get together, to learn from each other. What I see here is people just make up things, and there's no standards for things. And there's no process, it seems like, or not a transparent process.
I think what it is, I'm waiting for your email so when we set up an appointment, I can share with you all the processes that are there. We need to do better. We need to do better at making it more transparent for residents to see. But we are in the very beginning, we had some of the most, and still do, best practices regarding homelessness. HUD would come and visit some
We're
of the things.
We're succeeding at homelessness?
Yeah. So I told you a few years back. But there are some things that I am not supportive of that the director knows, and there are things that I'd like to see, but it takes a little bit more than
but
just
I don't think it should be the business owners against the homeless people. And
I understand.
You guys need responsibility.
Well, I'm more than happy to sit down and talk with you. Okay. Thank you. Thanks for showing up. Okay, anyone else before we close? All right, well, thank you very much for that, and we're going to go and move to the acceptance of the agenda.
So moved, Aveda.
Before we do, we're going to have to remove item 9.2. There was some wording on there that wasn't complete, so I'm going to ask we're going to just remove 9.2, so that's going to be included in the motion. Please. Who did I interrupt when they were talking?
Myself. Then I will move to approve the agenda with the removal of item 9.2. Second.
Okay, motion made by Councilor Abeta, second by Councilor Bencomo.
And
Yes. Go ahead.
and I want some other items removed from the agenda.
You want
from the consent.
something
Yes.
else?
So
But
would
we have a
do it
motion
now?
on the floor.
You and your procedure. Okay.
If you want to remove your motion so that she can ask for her items to be removed.
Then I'll remove my motion.
Councilor Bencomo, you want to remove your second or no? To say,
Yes,
tell
I
her
can
no.
remove my second. Yes.
Okay, go ahead, Councilor Flores. What did you want?
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to step on your toes.
No,
I
you
do this
didn't.
all the time.
I'm just playing with you.
Okay, so remove 7.2. Please remove 7.4, 7.5, and 7.6. I mean, yeah.
Unless I'm reading this wrong, I think those are all, we're going to discuss all those. They're not on the consent, or am I?
Well, No, according to what I saw, it's not on the, yeah, they're all on the non.
Those are up for discussion. Councilor Flores?
You mean 6.2?
No, don't give her ideas.
Is this the consent agenda? This is the consent. Oh, I'm sorry. I goofed. I need to go to Tessa's School of Parliamentary Procedure. I'm so sorry.
It's okay. You need to buy lunch for all of us for that mistake. Okay, so we'll reinsert the original motion and the original second, if that's okay?
Yes. Yes,
and
thank
that, to approve the agenda as presented with the removal of item 9.2. Okay?
This is on the motion to approve the agenda as presented with removal of 9.2 in its entirety. Councilor Beta?
Yes.
Councilor Graham?
Yes.
Councilor Bencomo?
Yes.
Councilor Cram?
Yes.
Councilor Flores?
Yes.
Councilor Gondeta?
Yes.
Mayor?
Yes. Okay, so we're going to go to item 7.1, which is a public hearing. So it's 1:55 p.m. The public hearing is now on. Are there any members of the public here who wish to discuss who are either for or against the approval of a beer and wine liquor license with on-premises consumption only and patio service to Valley Pizza LLC, located at 3100 West Picacho, Suite 1, Las Cruces, New Mexico 88007? Okay, seeing none, its public hearing is now closed. It's 1:56 p.m. Entertain a motion to adopt resolution 23-063.
Move to approve. Second?
Motion made by Councilor Bencomo, second by Councilor Abeta. Christine?
This is on the motion to approve resolution 23-063. Councilor Beta?
Yes.
Councilor Graham?
Yes.
Councilor Bencomo?
Yes.
Councilor Cram?
Yes.
Councilor Flores?
Yes.
Councilor Gondeta?
Yes.
Mayor?
Yes. Okay, next is item 7.2, resolution 23-064. Need a motion and second?
Move to approve. Second?
Motion made by Councilor Bencomo, second by Councilor Abeta. And Mr. Mike Bartholomew, Director of Roadrunner Bus Services, will be discussing.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and Council. This is a resolution to request a suspension of transit fares that are outlined in the council-approved tariff, excuse me, for a zero-fare demonstration project. The zero-fare demonstration project, we actually, using some marketing days, we actually started it last week in anticipation of council approval of this, and the plan is to bring it through the end of the fiscal year, June 30th. During this period of time, no fares would be charged on either our fixed route or dial-a-ride service. And during the demonstration project, we will be assessing the feasibility of operating this as a permanent program. Excuse me, getting over a bit of a cold here. And then, again, this requires suspension of the fares that are outlined in the tariff that council approved in 2019. The purpose of zero fare is to create an equitable access for essential life needs. This can be for transportation to school, work, medical, shopping, social events, all kinds of things, but transportation is an essential life function, and this would provide equitable access regardless of income. Many of the residents in our community, even the fares that we charge, are very hard on them to make ends meet with those fares. Zero fare improves the quality of life of community. It just like having playgrounds and parks that people can go to, or the parks themselves, the sidewalks that you walk on, the streets that you drive on, are all community-funded amenities to the community. This zero fare project will align with the Elevate goal of 12.2 CE 12.2.2, which encourages the use of transit through incentives such as reduced or eliminated fees. Zero fare has been being explored by quite a few communities in the country. Albuquerque, most notably in New Mexico, has been doing it since January 1st of this year, and I believe they're extending it at this point through the 30th of June of 2023. There's a couple of transit systems in New Mexico that have always had zero fare. The North Central Regional Transit District and Los Alamos Transit have always had zero fare. We did operate an emergency zero fare during the pandemic because we wanted to reduce the need to handle cash, to handle the fare media, the fare cards and everything, so to reduce the transfer of the disease. While this was zero fare during the pandemic, our ridership was much lower, and while we did see a few issues with it, because that ridership was lower, we were able to sustain it during the pandemic. But now that we're back to full service levels, we want to assess the feasibility, ongoing feasibility of the zero fare project. We do have the capacity, and I think I spoke to council on this before, we do have the capacity for handling zero fare on our fixed route service with any increased ridership. We will need to monitor our dial-a-ride service really closely because we are near capacity as it is right now without increased requests and demands for that service. So it will have to be addressed either by making the requirements more stringent to use dial-a-ride, if that becomes a problem, or getting more drivers and vehicles to meet the service demands. We do have a requirement under the ADA that if fixed route has no fare, our ADA paratransit also must have no fare. It's a package. We can't do one or the other. As part of the zero fare project, we did a couple weeks ago implement a revised passenger code of conduct. We wanted to make sure all of our customers understood what the rules were for riding the bus as far as behavior, as far as carrying on large items that block the aisles and everything. So that's been out there and it's on our website as well. And as I mentioned, we started this a week ago. The revenue impacts that we estimate for the rest of this fiscal year is a little over $166,000 of fare loss. And actually that didn't include we have some agencies that early in the year bought large packets of passes that were refunding passes, so that I'd probably up that about $10,000 for a fare loss. During a normal year, we get a little over $300,000 in fare revenue. And that's really, in a way, it's a drop in the bucket in our total budget. We have a $6 million budget, and fares pay for about 5% of our operating expenses. We still will receive revenue from agreements we have with New Mexico State University and Doña Ana Community College because those agreements are paying for service we're providing. It's not based on fares or ridership. Doña Ana Community College does have a UPass program, but it's not really heavily utilized, and the fare loss is going to be like under $2,000 for that part of DAC's agreement. Any capacity issues on dial-a-ride, again, may require more vehicles and drivers that we'll have to consider to prevent service failure. And at this time, we're not anticipating or we're not planning for a budget adjustment, but we'll be monitoring our expenses and our other sources of revenue. But at some point, we may have to come back to council for a budget adjustment. The next step in the Zero Fare program is to assess the feasibility for continuing this past the end of our fiscal year, to monitor how much ridership it does get generated, and to really carefully monitor the impacts on our dial-a-ride program. By April of next year, we'll get a report to the city manager that can be passed to council on how it's been going with the Zero Fare project, so council will have a chance to see, what our successes and challenges might be with that particular program. And then we would come back again to council, if successful, to get a longer Zero Fare commitment, perhaps through a change in the tariff itself. And with that, I will take any questions.
Thanks, Mike. Councilor Bencomo, Councilor Beta.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you so much, Mr. Bartholomew. I appreciate the presentation. And honestly, I just really appreciate being here today. I've been advocating for this and talking about this for such a long time. And so I'm very excited to know that it's official. It's happening already. I just had a couple questions for you. When you say we're near capacity for dial-a-ride, you do mean for drivers and buses, correct?
Counselor, that's correct.
Okay. And if you don't foresee a budget adjustment, yeah, but if you do, it'll be, I imagine, for this, right, to meet capacity for either of the systems, right? But is that what you expect to happen?
Yeah, well, we're going to do our best to work with the resources we have, but we're going to definitely let administration and council know if it's an issue.
Yes, absolutely. You know, I'll say this now, I don't think for me the option will ever be to reduce or make the dial-a-ride stricter and increase barriers to that. That's never going to be an option for me, so I just want to put that out there now, that I think the option would be to increase capacity. For me, at least, this is just one tiny step, one tiny piece of the puzzle for having a wider network of public transit that people are excited to use, that people say, you know what, I mean, from my house, I don't even live that far, it takes me like 30 minutes to get here on public transit, right? I would love to see public transit where we're meeting the needs of people and we're getting people from place, you know, A to B in a much quicker manner. And to me, at least, that's the hope. The vision is never to decrease public transit, but to increase it and to make it more accessible for people. And so people get off their cars and into buses, and hopefully more green buses as we start getting more of that infrastructure. But I do just, you know, want to make that clear. And I think IFO, our city manager, knows that about where I stand on that. But it's, for me, that I just want to make that very clear, that the option will never be to reduce or create more barriers, when the whole point of this is to do, in fact, the very opposite of that. So I just want to thank you and staff for putting the work behind getting this pilot program off the ground. So thank you. Thank you, IFO.
Thank you, Councilor. Councilor Beta, then Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Director, for the presentation. With this, I have just a couple questions on maybe goodness gracious, some of the specific metrics that you are going to be kind of looking at during this time to see if this type of program is successful, given that there is going to be some losses. We do revenue losses, which it is very agreeable if we're able to really serve the needs of the community. And I'm looking, you know, about are we going to track ridership? Have we increased that sort of thing?
Mr. Mayor and Councilor Beta-Stuvey, yes, ridership definitely is a big one that we'll be looking at. I have been asked questions before, how much do I think it will increase ridership, just based on my peers, what my peer agencies have seen and everything. And that's actually really a little bit hard to tell right now because the dynamics of how people move around or do their work, so much more work getting done from home and everything now too. So it's really difficult to really make a good accurate prediction. So this demonstration project is really going to tell us how well ridership is doing. Other metrics, especially on the dial-a-ride side, will be our ability to meet the trip requests. So we'll be looking at trip denials. We'll be looking at any delays, late trips, for example, caused by giving the drivers too many trips on their schedule, for example. So those are the kind of metrics that we would be looking at there. I wouldn't anticipate our fare loss is going to change that much from what it would have been whether or not we have a fare. And as I mentioned, fares really aren't a huge portion of our budget. That's not the make or break thing. The expensive part is probably going to be the dial-a-ride service.
Okay, thank you. And I'm glad to hear a little bit more of an explanation on the dial-a-ride. Obviously, we don't want to have any sort of service failure for this area and have to look at increasing some of the metrics on who is able to use that service. I think that would be very detrimental to have to go backwards in any sort of ways. But I know for me to look at if this is a successful program, I want to make sure that we are serving our community in the most efficient ways possible as well. And obviously, our municipal government doesn't have an unlimited source of funding. And so as we look on, were we able to meet the needs? Did we increase ridership in such a way that we're able to serve a lot more people? Or when it comes to access to transit? Is it the need to have more stops, more frequent stops, that type of thing? Is that more of the barriers that we're seeing in our community? So I'd love to be able to take a really wide view of all those items to see the success of it. So thank you very much. And
Okay.
thank you, Mayor.
Thank you.
Okay, we've got Mayor Pro Tem, Councilor Flores, and Councilor Coran.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Bartholomew. Appreciate your work on this. And Councilor Bencomo, thank you. Very grateful for your work on this. And Councilor Beta, your comments, I appreciate that. I think metrics are very important, and what I'd like to see is not only metrics around ridership and, of course, gaps and barriers and those things that you're already anticipating with buses and bus drivers, but I also think return on our investment, the quality of life. Like, how are you going to weigh that, right, in terms of increased ridership? Yes, of course, we hope so, right? But I'm thinking along the lines of how many people are we getting, to work? How many kids and frankly, our Doña Ana County Resilience Leaders has been working on this for some time. Has done a lot of work around this. Has actually ridden the bus and looked at the strengths that our bus system has, but also some weaknesses. And so when I think about kids getting to school, and one of the things that we did was with our youth. There is youth around our community right now learning this bus system, and it's opening up their eyes to a little more flexibility, independence. How am I going to get when I left middle school to high school when I live in Mesilla and I have to attend Oregon Mountain? So those are things that I think that we should really try in terms of metrics, is how are we affording people that opportunity to get to school, to get to work, to get to addressing their healthcare needs. I think all those are metrics that I think we really need to consider. And I hope that there is some work being done, not only with that, but with Lisa, because this is going to make a difference when we see our carbon footprint. And most of it is because of people riding their cars and their buses and the bus system, right? We're moving into that electric vehicle. And so I'm hoping that there's some coordination with Lisa from our sustainability office about how effective we are at reducing our carbon footprint. And with that, Mayor, again, thank you so much. I appreciate the work. I hope that you will be looking at those things. And I guess I'll say that we need to have a huge campaign related to the zero fare, that it's happening, and that we need to be in the schools with flyers and different ways of informing the public that this is happening. And so I hope that, but also how we're recruiting our bus drivers, because I think those are some of the limitations as well. And I don't see a lot of that coming out of the office, and I want to make sure that we're thinking about, we're very mindful that we're using our PIO, Mandy Gus, and that work I think is going to be incredibly important as we move forward. So thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Bartholomew.
Thank you. Councilor Flores.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Mayor, and thank you so much, Mr. Bartholomew. I'm so glad another counselor has finally brought up the fact that we need more routes. And you keep saying, we can't, whatever. I don't understand why we don't have a connection between Roadrunner Parkway and Sonoma Ranch Boulevard, either through Mission or Golf Club Road. And a lot of people would be able to. There's a lot of school kids, too, in that area now. It's not just a retirement community, as some people think it is. And so I do hope that, and you work with SERTD as part of the MPO, right? Where you have connections with people being able to get here, there, and everywhere throughout southern New Mexico. So, but I really, and I think that if the routes were different, then the feasibility study would reflect would probably reflect that there is a bigger need than we have, than can be shown now because of the routes that we have. I've said before, when Gil Sorg was on the city council, he challenged each one of us to take the bus for 1 week. And I couldn't even get on a bus one day. I mean, it would have taken me, I think it took Mayor Pro Tem Gandara an hour or two to get to City Hall. And she lives, it's a 5-minute drive by car to her house. With me being out in the East Mesa, I probably would have gotten lost, and waiting for the bus, just freezing to death or melting to death. So that's the one thing that I've been asking for. So I'm glad that Councilor Bencomo also asked or raised that issue, and I really hope that it's addressed, Mr. Bartholomew. And thank you for all your work. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Coran?
Thank you. I just wanted to say thank you again for echoing what my colleagues have said, and similar to Councilor Bencomo, I would say that we need to invest more as much as we can, and I think we're all open to hearing the ways that we can provide additional sort of support for public transit in our community. I also just wanted to add to the conversation about metrics. When this news came out, I heard from some folks who were at a local charter school where the school itself actually typically would purchase bus passes for their students, and they talked about what that means in their sort of budgeting and understanding of what they do to help kids. So I think there are also some qualitative stories that can go into the value of this and what it means in the community, and so I just hope that we can also make sure that we're tracking on those things as well. So thank you again, and I'm really happy to see this happening. Thank you.
Thank you.
So, Mike, did I hear you say that the dial-a-ride will also be free?
Mr. Mayor, that's correct. Under the ADA, the paratransit portion of dial-a-ride has to be free. The city opts to do senior transportation too. ADA in and of itself isn't a ADA qualifying event, but we do have our senior transportation program. And even if with that senior transportation program, if we were to go ADA only, I would say a very large number of our seniors would qualify anyway for ADA and go under that particular program. One of the things that we were looking at possibly starting this year was a microtransit project, but Fairfree does kind of throw a little bit of a kink because that's going to increase the more demand on our demand response service at this time. We're still looking at getting the software. I believe Councilor Beta-Stuvey mentioned about ways to improve the service. We're looking at better software that's going to interact better with our customers to make the service a bit more efficient, and we'll probably see how that works with the ADA paratransit, and it'll position us well for transitioning eventually to microtransit when the funding supports it.
Okay. The reason why I ask is I'd say maybe once or twice a year I get an email or a letter from a resident, the elderly, that they struggle to have to pay for the dial-a-ride, and so that's a good thing. But interestingly, I had an interaction or discussion with a university administrator who works with the international students at New Mexico State, and they are extremely excited about this because they don't have a license and they don't drive and they use cabs, and they say they love the grocery store that's near the university, but they would like a little bit more diversity. And so what I'm bringing that up is to see if IFO and his staff, specifically I guess Barbara, can note the GRT there's no GRT on food, but on some of the other retail things that they may be purchasing, I think we might see an increase on that, because you've got a lot of international students who now can explore the city who haven't. They've just stayed there at the campus because they have limited funds, and they'd rather spend $15 to go buy some things for what they need and then go back. But now if they can maybe spend some time exploring, they may go to various places throughout the city and spend money. So we're looking forward to that. So it may be increasing. So what I'm trying to say is when the time comes, if you need that budget adjustment, I'm looking to see if increase in our GRT has been also increasing a little bit over specific parameters from the year past. So.
And Mr. Mayor, that's actually been an argument for zero fare in some communities. Kansas City, Kansas, which is probably the largest city that's doing zero fare right now. That's one of the things they made for an argument for that is a lot of the money that people were paying for fares are now going back into the economy, which is subject to the sales tax and helps their local economy.
Great. So looking forward to that, and congratulations for getting this moving forward. So,
thank you.
Are there any members of the public who have any comment on this issue? Yes, Juan, and then Israel. Yeah, if you want to just come forward. You've got 4 minutes. Just need to state
I
your
don't
name.
need that much. Juan Garcia. So I submitted a public records request for this initiative, and according to, and I can give my number if I need it, but for now it's the PowerPoint presentation I received called Zero Fare and Microtransit Programs, quote, slide number 3, dated 27 Jan 22, and this could have been updated. The current fare is $1 per trip, or 50 cents for the elderly, I believe it is, for certain categories. The other question that I had is the fare loss documented on slide 4, assuming the pre-pandemic revenue would be $273,000, and then operating expenses are more than pre-pandemic. So the questions I asked were, how are you going to recover that funding? And if I heard this right, and I may have misunderstood, it's going to be absorbed. And please correct me if I'm wrong. Which leads me to think that if you have $273,000 that you're going to lose in revenue, but you can absorb it, then maybe you have a little too much of a budget. I also asked for documents that would document the expected ridership increases, and I think the gentleman covered that. Apparently there is none. So right now, you're doing an initiative, which I applaud. Anything to help our citizens is good, but we don't know what it's going to end like. And then the other question that I had is, there's no document showing a fair risk analysis of such a plan to determine the pros and cons of establishing a zero fare. And the answer was, there is no such document. So the two questions that I have for you here, number one, where are the funds? Where are the funds to recover the losses coming from? That's $300,000, $300,000, okay? Should not be simple money. And then the next question is, why not offer zero fare on as needed basis if individuals are qualified? To me, that makes perfect sense instead of just saying everybody gets a free ride. Thank you for your time.
So did you want the administrator to answer that or the city manager?
It doesn't matter.
Okay.
I'd just like to know.
Okay. Mike, you want to take a shot at that?
Well, as far as absorbing the fare loss, we do get most of our other funding from, for example, this particular year, we're getting 100% operational funding from our ARPA grant that we got. But we also do have, in terms of our expenditures, we've had a hard time filling positions, so we've had some savings in our budget from unfilled positions. So where we can find savings, we may put it all together, and then we'll still have a balanced budget for the fund. But we'll just have to watch it carefully and see what our other revenues come in. We still get our revenue from NMSU and DACC, and that's going to be going up a little bit because wages have increased for our drivers. So the cost of the service that we're providing for them is going up too. So we may be seeing more revenue there than what we originally budgeted.
Plus, you might even see some savings from those who are in charge of handling the various funds and making sure that they're accounted for, because that's one of the things that, whether they're 300,000 coming in or $1 million, I think your positions probably are such that that's what they're required to do. And if there's not anything coming in now and dealing with the cash and all that, there's a lot of dealing with I can only imagine with the coins and things of this nature, but I would think there'd be some savings there as well.
Right. And did I answer all of his questions, or I'm trying to?
And then normally, without ARPA, the city subsidizes. How much does the city give you to run the transit?
Well, this year is a little different because of the ARPA money, so we're getting most of it. But it's always over 50% comes from other city funds, such as the general fund or the hold harmless fund or the gas tax fund.
Yeah, and I think that's probably what you were alluding to. Mm-hmm. I think that's why I was just kind of joking. If we see our GRT going up even more, a little bit, that justifies this. And when you stop and think about the anti-donation clause doesn't allow us to help the resident directly. Certain qualifications there are. But if this is one where many residents can save $15 or $50, that impacts their lives a great deal, and it impacts it throughout the city instead of just a select 100 people maybe or 150 people. So I think that is good for the common good, and if that means that we ourselves as a city need to find those ways to reduce our spending a little bit to make sure that our residents have a little bit better quality of life, then we'll do it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
Sorry, I'm sorry, Israel, you've stood up and sat down so many times now. Just to answer one portion of Mr. Garcia's questions in terms of why are we doing this project if we don't know if it's going to work or not, that is the nature of a demonstration project. So just speaking to that. Thank you.
We also like to see how our friends up in Albuquerque do, and we learn from their mistakes. I'll be real candid with you. We have the red light cameras, we learned from them, and a couple others that we learned, and we thought, okay, that doesn't work good, we'll tweak it this way. Councilor Coran?
And I just wanted to sort of speak to the underlying suggestion of that comment, which is why would we give any services to people for free for the city? And I would say the more we give for free, the better. My favorite part of the city is the library. It's free, and there is no means testing because we all know that we could read more and experience more of life. And so I would ask us to think about how each of these people riding a bus instead of driving their car is an investment in our community, just like someone reading a book that they got free from our library. And I would ask us to look to every edge of what our services are and how we can make them more accessible and have fewer barriers for people to do it. So that's fundamentally different from your perspective, Mr. Garcia, and that's fine. You can visit us at the ballot box.
Mayor?
Yes, Councilor.
Just one more thing.
Sure.
We did have a discussion around, there was at one point where we had a discussion around means testing this, qualifying people. And the reality is that whole that's not a simple process, and that would probably require more staffing, a lot more time. So it doesn't actually make sense to not just do it for everybody, as it is a public surface, much like parks are. And we don't means test people to use our parks either, so.
Okay, thank you. Israel? Now this is the last time you get to come up. Okay, all right. I just thought I'd share that with you.
I might even leave after this.
4 minutes.
Good afternoon, Mayor. Israel Chavez on behalf of the Anna Age 8 Institute out of NMSU. This is the reason I came to speak today. I support the 8 southwestern counties of New Mexico, and I want to thank the council and you, Mayor, your administration for implementing zero fares. When I was in law school, I chaired the city of Albuquerque's transit board, the largest transit system in the state of New Mexico, and introduced the first zero fare resolution to support this movement. And they implemented it. And across the country, and I believe across New Mexico, we're going to see an increase in ridership. And what that means is access to higher federal funds. But what that also means is more people using a system that is better for our community. And I'll echo the comments of some of the councilors today. We don't charge for parks or sidewalks. We build them because they're good for people. And the same is true for transit. And transit gets beat up a lot, and it doesn't get credit for the things that it actually accomplishes. So a couple of things. When the city extended late night service, which it has, that means more folks on the bus when they may have had drinks, right? And we know that in New Mexico, we have a problem with DWI. And when we have more accessible accessible, less complicated transit, we have more people who will ride those buses. And transit should be given some credit, not all the credit, but some credit of taking folks off the road who are not prepared to drive. And we saw that in Albuquerque, right? St. Patrick's Day, right after zero fares, the buses were packed right along the main, the largest ridership thoroughfare corridor. When we have folks in buses, when ridership does go up, transit should be afforded also the credit for reduction in accidents, because we know nationwide when more people ride public transit, we have less vehicle accidents, which means less emergency response. Those are dollars that we spend that often transit doesn't get to take credit for. Paving of roads, right? When more people ride, whether it's the Rail Runner train up to Santa Fe or the buses here in Las Cruces, those are cars not on those roads. And so while it's difficult to pinpoint and calculate, we have to allow transit to take credit for those wins. Zero fares means that when this analysis is done, we have to better evaluate the efficacy. So it's going to include those stories like Councilor Coran mentioned about students riding the buses, and there should be a concerted effort on behalf of the department to help, in particular, middle schoolers and high schoolers better understand their transit system. And there should be a coordinated effort among the department, right, to have buses arrive to school on time. Because right now, we have heard stories from students who ride the bus every day to high school and are late every day to high school because the bus doesn't arrive to school on time. And under McKinney-Vento, a federal law, we can't require that student who may or may not be homeless to move back into the district of their high school. So this is a complicated analysis, and I encourage the council and the administration to look at it in that way and give credit where credit is due. This is a huge win for communities. And the last thing I'll say is Albuquerque, you wanted to learn from the municipality. After they implemented zero fares, or right around that time, they also implemented a dedicated transit tax. And we do not have that. We do not have a dedicated stream of funding that acknowledges the public benefit that transit gives, right? We do, correct me if I'm wrong, we have LEDA taxation, right? We have LEDA funding that the city puts aside for businesses, and that's wonderful. But when folks ride buses and make the community, the environment cleaner, they make roads safer, they make the entire community better, we should be looking at that as the public good it is. And so I want to applaud the council and your administration's work on this, getting it done much more quickly than I had expected. And I can just say tons of advocates working for vulnerable communities. The communities you've described, Mayor, are incredibly excited. This is a burden that has been removed from their families and are celebrating. So thank you.
Thanks, Israel. So Mike, you don't need a spokesman for the Roadrunner Transit?
I do know Israel. I've met him a few times.
Oh, have you? Okay, good. Yeah. Okay, anyone else? Okay, seeing none. Christine.
This is on the motion to approve Resolution 23-064. Councilor Beta?
Yes.
Councilor Graham?
Yes.
Councilor Bencomo?
Yes.
Councilor Coran?
Yes.
Councilor Flores?
Yes.
Councilor Gandara?
Yes.
Mayor?
Yes. Okay, item 7.3, resolution 23-065.
Move to approve. Second.
Motion made by Councilor Graham, second by Councilor Abeta. And Adam Ochoa, good to see you, Adam.
Been a long time, Mr. Mayor.
Will be presenting. Adam used to work for the city of Socorro, Texas, and
Y'all lured me back in, and I came back.
Right?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Been here almost 15 proud years, so thank you. Adam Ochoa, Community Development, for the record.
Wait, you came back 15 years ago?
Oh, no, sir. I actually started my planning career.
Yeah,
as
I
an
know you were here,
assistant
then they swooed you away, and then you
yes,
came back.
And then
I'm
I
gonna
ran
say,
back.
wow, I hadn't seen you. Okay.
Yes, sir.
Go ahead.
So the case we have tonight is a proposed road waiver to a proposed subdivision at 5332 Melody Lane. Subject property is essentially a single-family lot, which encompasses 1.81 acres in size. It is currently zone REM, which is single-family residential state mobile. That property currently does have one single-family home on it. Melody Lane, which we're discussing today for the waiver, is a local roadway with currently there is a 50-foot roadway easement directly in front of the property that is being subdivided, with a roughly about a 20-foot wide paved roadway in front of this property as well. This whole area, as you can see, by the zoning map is essentially large, low-density residential area, as you can see here. What that proposed subdivision would essentially be kind of cutting this in half, and I'll have an actual slide with the subdivision, which will kind of be in keeping with the general size of the area. And not only that, but the proposed subdivision the proposed new lots do meet the minimum lot size requirements of that residential estate mobile zoning. Here is that aerial. As you can see, it looks like it was planned that eventually they would build something else on that other piece of the property, because there's that existing home on the eastern side and the vacant western side as well. And as you can see, that is what they're proposing, essentially one existing tract of land to be subdivided in half into 2 new single-family lots. What we're here today, though, is to discuss today is the actually Melody Lane that's adjacent to it. If I can get my notes, here we go. Per city design standards, essentially the way it reads is access to any lot is required to be from a dedicated, accepted, and improved right-of-way. That being said, also a subdivider, whoever's subdividing in the city of Las Cruces, if you're subdividing one tract to 2 lots or you're creating a large subdivision, you're categorized as a subdivider, and you're responsible for providing all required roadway improvements to any adjacent right-of-way. On top of that, we do have the ability to, as staff, to recommend approval or I guess take into consideration waiver requests to road improvements if they meet certain strict guidelines of the City of Las Cruces subdivision code. Excuse me. Essentially, so the road waiver is for the actual improvements to the road. So for this 2-lot subdivision, they'd be required to provide or construct half of that cross section which includes the pavement, sidewalks, curb, gutter, and lighting. Essentially, half of a 50-foot roadway they'd be on the hook for their frontage along their subdivision. The applicant is requesting for that waiver, but they are actually proposing to dedicate the required roadway right-of-way for future improvement of that road. So essentially, will be given over to the city with this subdivision. Here are a couple pictures looking along Melody Lane. As you can see, they're roughly about a 20-foot wide paved area. No curb, no gutter, no sidewalks, some lighting. And here is kind of an example of the 2 local roadways that we have in our design standards with the City of Las Cruces. So public notice was sent out to first of all relevant agencies who review all these subdivisions did get their reviews. All did review them, and all did essentially recommend denial for the proposed waiver request due to the strict guidelines of the subdivision code, where staff can actually recommend approval for a waiver, except for utilities. Notice was also sent out of all the public hearings for the proposed waiver request. Staff did not receive any feedback from those public notices that were sent out. With that, though, staff did take this case forward to the Design Review Committee, the DRC, with the recommendation of denial with these findings here. Of course, those sections taken out of the City of Las Cruces subdivision code and design standards, essentially saying the applicant had not demonstrated the need for the waiver due to, as the code reads out, it needs to have a substantial hardship due to topographical, soil, or subsurface conditions that deems them building a road basically either impossible or financially difficult. That being said, though, at the July 20th, 2022 DRC meeting, staff at that meeting did discuss that the Melody Lane, is actually part of the capital improvement projects that are currently approved, and essentially that roadway is being constructed to a full cross-section by the City of Las Cruces with our CAP program. With that being said, staff recognizes and they did recommend approval for the proposed waiver request for Melody Lane based on that part of that, based on the part that in the future Melody Lane will be improved with our CIP program. The proposed waiver request then went before the Planning and Zoning Commission on August 23rd, 2022. And Planning and Zoning Commission, after reviewing the case, did recommend approval to City Council for the proposed waiver with the following conditions. Essentially, through the capital improvement projects, the roadway would receive the necessary improvements in the future with the recommendation from DRC for approval, and also that it meets the intent of the Las Cruces, Elevate Las Cruces comprehensive plan, pardon me. Additionally, they believe that the current roadway that's there is sufficient for just a simple two-lot subdivision that's being proposed for this property. With that, ladies and gentlemen, your option this afternoon is 1 to vote yes and approve the proposed waiver request as recommended by the Planning and Zoning Commission, 2 to deny the proposal. That being said, any vote to deny would require new findings of fact, 3 to vote yes with any conditions deemed appropriate by council, or 4 table postpone and direct staff and the applicant accordingly. The applicant's representative is here if you have any questions about the subdivision or the waiver, and staff stands for questions as well.
Thanks, Adam. Can you do me a favor? Can you bring it back up with the actual view, the satellite view or the color view of, there you go, right there. Okay, so if we can just leave that there, I'm going to let my colleagues ask their questions, and then I'm going to explain. Normally, I put a lot of these on consent agenda, and I didn't on this one. And I needed to verify something, and I'm pretty sure it's the same. But anyway, so I'm going to go with Councilor Coran, then Councilor Flores.
And Councilor Flores and I aren't 100% sure if this is in my, this is currently in my district, or was in my district for a while, and I know a lot about Melody Lane, so I'm going to speak to this first just as a quick note. The folks on Melody Lane would like the road to be improved, and that's why it's represented on the capital improvement project list. And I know that that's date uncertain, but I know that it's come from a lot of community input that Melody Lane is included on the CIP. So I took a really long time to understand exactly what was happening in all of the documents related to this this weekend, and I do understand it to be the fact that if we sort of stringently applied the requirements to this property, there would be a tiny sliver that the folks who are planning to add one residential unit, I think is the planned outline. That stretch would be sort of required for them to do, and then the rest of the road would be both subject to future development, so potentially that would get torn out, and not matching, so it would be like 100 yards or less of, probably 25 yards of sidewalk on a road that has no other sidewalk, right?
Mr. Mayor, Councilor Carana, that's essentially it. They'd only be required to improve what's in front of their subdivision. So essentially just what's in front of this yellow line, that's what they'd be required to improve half of that section. And you're correct, and if they do go ahead and say, yeah, we'll go ahead and build it, it'll just stay there until somebody else comes by, either has to redo it or, for whatever purposes, if Public Works ever has to go out there with the capital improvement projects and redo it, there'd be some potential of changing what was built.
So, okay, so that's my understanding, and I appreciate you validating that. I would say that Melody Road experiences a lot of drainage. Probably the biggest issues are related to drainage and flooding, and so I hope that that's another sort of motivating factor to having it on the CIP as a future project where it will be both more pedestrian friendly and sort of less flooding, more engineered in its nature. And so for that reason, I just wanted to say that knowing this area and knowing this district, I approve the waiver based on what I've heard from the folks in the community and from reading through the staff materials. So that's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Flores.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm not clear as to exactly what the ramifications will be if this waiver is approved. As to floods, it says that it's not going to increase floods, but it doesn't say anything about ameliorating them. And I also would like to hear from Larry Nichols about this, and I want to hear what the downside is, because you presented all the positives. So I appreciate that, but I'd like to know, and this might be my district, it will be after the next election, because I see the map. It's Mesa Drive, yeah. Currently, it's...
No, it's yours already.
Well, I thought that it went into effect after the next election. Yes.
I think it's in effect now, But the boundaries until you run for election, I think
I'm looking at the city clerk, and I think she supersedes any opinion you might have, with all due respect. Thank you.
So Mr. Mayor, Councilor Flores, essentially anything about drainage, these are relatively large lots. Each lot is almost an acre in size. That being said, whatever they build on the property, and due to the subdivision code as well, there are kind of on-lot ponding requirements where they have to retain whatever drainage additional drainage that they create on the property within the impervious area will have to be retained on their property with on-lot ponding. So they would essentially be just throwing all their water to the street. They'd be maintaining it on their own property in retention ponds.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Larry Nichols, Community Development Director. Mayor and Councilor Flores. Mr. Ochoa explained it very well, particularly about the drainage issue. We don't enable people to have their drainage go off to adjacent properties. In this case, they would have to retain the developed water on their site, either through a small retention basin or an element of that type of design. So did I answer your question on the retainage?
No, not entirely. I would like to know what the benefits are of the waiver. It just, the pros and cons. I mean, if we don't approve the waiver, where does it leave this, the subject property?
Yes.
And what happens? They don't go ahead and build, or the road, what happens?
Larry Nichols for the record. Mayor and Councilor Flores. Benefits, I guess you would say there is absolutely benefits to the property owner in developing this area so they can enable themselves to carry on with their idea of developing for that site. The waiver does remove them from the cost of doing that portion of the paving that the zoning regulations do require. Benefits to the city. We know the CIP project is coming forward that's going to address that very same issue. And so there would be little, if any, requirement of the owner to do that ahead of the CIP. So I guess that would be the two sides benefit for this proposal.
So would the improvement be all the way from Mesa Drive over to the next, how far would the improvement be, or the waiver?
Yes, well, I'll have Mr. Ochoa helping with that, but basically the understanding is that where the yellow line is that you see right here going across there, I believe that's a distance of about 660 feet.
And that's the only area that's affected, the road?
Well, that's the area that's affected by this proposal.
By this proposal.
Yes, ma'am.
So, the entire, the CIP would apply to the entire lane, or?
Yeah.
That's a part, it seems like it's just like a puzzle. It just seems like it's just fragmented to me in my little brain.
Mr. Mayor, Councilor Flores, so currently the subdivision we have in front of us and the waiver we have in front of us is just for this piece of property, what's in front of it. In the future, when the CIP comes into it, it's going to take essentially the entire roadway, going up and down that road, obtaining right-of-way, because as we said right now, currently there's only roughly about a 50-foot easement there, so it's not right-of-way yet, so we'd have to obtain that property. So I guess going back to your other question, that'd be another benefit as well with the subdivision. They are dedicating their portion of the right-of-way for the future improvement of this road as well.
That explains it all. Thank you very much.
Yes,
and thank you, Mr. Nichols. Thank you, Mayor.
Mayor and Council, if I may, thank you for inviting me to the podium. Just want to make one minor announcement here. The reason that Mr. Ochoa appeared before you today to make this presentation is that he has been recently elected as president of the New Mexico League of Zoning Officials. So, and that's an effort for our city to, well, in community development, for us to engage with other communities across the state that we see that we are working together to do proper development. Thank you.
Thanks, Larry.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Ochoa and Larry, Mr. Nichols. So 2 questions. When is it up for CIP? When is it going to come for an improvement? Do you know more or less?
Mr. Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem Gandara, I believe we do have our Public Works Department here. Maybe they could shed a little more light on that for you.
Adrian's with utilities. No. Yes, Adrian.
Good afternoon, Mayor Pro Tem Gandara, Council. Tony Trevino, Deputy Director of Public Works for the record. This whole area has been a study. Councilor Fotis can recall the southern end, the south half of the Hacienda Acres, as well as this part, as the northern half of Highway 70, this melody between Mesa Grande and Mesa Drive has been studied. So as a CIP project, it is a all-inclusive CIP project that includes a drainage. Drainage is the first issue of this area. So staff has been working, trying to collaborate with Parks and Rec or other private developers of where we can find some property to install a pond. The very western end of Melody is a drainage point where all the water kind of exits out. So we're trying to find a property there. So as a CIP, it's all-inclusive. Melody, Mesa Drive, all these roads in the east-west direction is all one CIP project. How we're going to get that drainage that's an issue and convey it into a place that will not impede any of the residents there. So it's ongoing. So it's not called out Melody Lane in the CIP. It is the East Mesa Road Improvements Project that's called out directly.
So there's not a date, there's not a year, 25, 26?
For this road particular, no, there is not. We're trying to find a property to put drainage. We just cannot go and construct a roadway
No, of course
along
not.
this. So finding the pond.
So that
finding
would
the
be
drainage.
helpful, the ponding. How likely would the ponding would help with the drainage?
The ponding will be the overall problem solver of the drainage in that area. So we do have funding. Every year, Public Works does have funding for property acquisitions for drainage improvements. It's just finding a property who is willing to kind of work with us and purchasing that property. So we do have funding. It is in the CIP to acquire it, just finding the right property and one that's vacant right now.
So is this the right property, Tony?
This one is not. This is right in the middle of the roadway, so we need something on the very west end, on the lower part. So as you move down here to the west end, as we go kind of over here, where it ties into Mesa Grande, somewhere in that area is where the low point of that subdivision
Thank you, that's very helpful to me. And then my next question is for utilities. Why did they deny it? I don't remember did you say?
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem Gandara, I believe the only reason they denied it is because they only had one stub out for utilities to this property, and they didn't show how they'd be providing a second group of stub outs for utilities for this property. That was essentially it. But that's something they could resolve when they actually construct the home. They'll have to have those utility hookups in order to connect to our utility system.
So do you know how quickly that's going to happen? In
Mr. Mayor,
terms of building out?
Mr. Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, I don't believe they have a timetable yet. This is really the really big first step they can do before they could build a second home or have a second lot to build a second home on the property.
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Ochoa. Thank you, Mayor.
Anybody else? So, Adam, I have a couple questions. The project that's highlighted in yellow, so north and south, in fact, you can kind of see a little border line there. So isn't that also be included as a waiver? They're not required, when they split that in half, they're not required to put a road there?
Mr. Mayor, I guess where you see the black line is right there, when if this waiver gets approved and the subdivision gets filed, that black line essentially moves down. I don't know if you can kind of see how there's a road there and all of a sudden it goes up here or it goes down here and all of a sudden this one's still stuck in the middle, essentially because this one still has an easement on there, but these are kind of more dedicated right-of-way, so they have the right-of-way now.
I was actually talking about north and south. You know
my
how,
apologies.
if you look at it here, you can see right there, how there's a rectangle. Aren't they splitting this in half? And isn't that also part of the waiver not to require a road there? Doesn't the city require them to split it and put a road there if they're going to split it?
Mr. Mayor, no, essentially the two lots they are creating there will have dedicated access to Melody Lane, so no actual roadway will be required between the two.
Oh, I see.
Since they do have direct access, sir.
Okay, and I guess Councilor Flores heard her response. I was going to say, can you go back to the picture where you showed Melody Lane? It was a color picture there. So that, Councilor, someone was asking what the benefits or the drawbacks would be. So if the city didn't do the waiver, imagine half of this road, not the whole thing, but half of it would have to have new pavement, right? And then so you're driving, you see this new pavement, and then it goes back to the old pavement again. It makes no sense because there's no plan as to when Melody Lane is going to be paved or repaved. And for those, and I don't think EFO knew this, but in 1986, this used to, before in 1986, it belonged to the county. And that's when the city annexed it. That's why you see a lot of those roads, they're dirt. And we're slowly, it's expensive. We're slowly adding to the drainage and to the different roadways and some of the water systems too. So that, and then believe it or not, of course it didn't look like this, but it was a one-lane road. Roadrunner Parkway was like that. So they used to do patches, and then when they built the other lane, it just made for a mess. And so that's why I'm supportive of the waiver as well. But that only half of that would have been required, and it made no sense to do that. Yeah, so the waiver would require them, they don't have to do anything, basically. And the entire road would be, later on when the time comes, and I'm sure eventually it will, but for now, it's okay. Okay, I just wanted to clarify that for me. Is there any members of the public who wish to speak on this issue? Yes, ma'am? You don't, no? Okay, if there's nothing further, Christine? So a yes vote approves the waiver, of course.
This is on the motion to approve Resolution 23-065. Councilor Beta?
Yes.
Councilor Graham?
Yes.
Councilor Bencomo?
Yes.
Councilor Coran?
Yes.
Councilor Flores?
Yes.
Councilor Gondara?
Yes.
Mayor?
Yes. Okay, item 7.4, Resolution 23-066.
Move to approve. Second.
Motion made by Councilor Graham, second by Councilor Beta. Rocio Gamboa will be presenting.
Hello. Good afternoon, Mayor and Council members. Rocio Gamboa, Budget Analyst. Today I'm bringing a resolution before you to approve 5 federal grants and 1 state grant. First grant is for utilities, 22 utility sewer connection from the Wastewater Capital Improvement Grant Fund for $200,000. The granting agency was from the New Mexico Department of Environment. The funding is from the 22 legislative session for ongoing installation projects in the priority areas that are currently utilizing septic systems. The funding will be used to plan, design, and construct sewer connections. Second grant is for the police department, 22 Edward Byrne Memorial JAG grant from Special Revenue Fund, $2,100 for $59,000. The granting agency is from the U.S. Department of Justice, Bureau of Justice Assistance. This funding will allocate $42,000 to LCPD and $16,000 for Doña Ana County Sheriff's Department. Funds will be utilized by both agencies to purchase equipment, and there will be no match for this one. Police Department will also is getting another grant for FY20 VOCA New Mexico FY23 Victim Assistance grant from Special Revenue Fund for $72,000. This is the first year of a 4-year award for operations of the Victims Assistance Unit for the Police Department. The granting agency is a New Crime Victims Reparations Commission. Transit received two grants. The first one is for the 22 FTA 53 SAFE funding for the facility construction from Transit Operating and Transit Capital Funds for $2.9 million. with a match from the general fund and transit operating fund for a total of $747,000 for a total grant of $3.7 million. The granting agency was from the FTA. The funding apportionment from FTA Section 5307 grant will allocate the amount of $2.6 million to be used on the construction of the new Roadrunner Transit Maintenance and Operations Building, and $317,000 will be used for upgrades and improvements of the existing CAD, AVL, and scheduling software for both fixed and dial-a-ride operations. The match portion includes $668,000 from FY23 adopted budget in the general fund and $79,000 from Fund 5920. Next grant for transit is the 22 FTA 5339 funding facility construction from Transit Capital Fund for $217,000 with a match from the general fund of $54,000. The granting agency is also from the FTA. The funding from the FTA Section 5339 grant will be utilized on the construction of the new Roadrunner Transit Maintenance and Operating Building. Public Works Department has been awarded a grant for Amador Health Center funding from Capital Projects Grant Fund for $511,000. The granting agency is from St. Luke's Amador Health Center. St. Luke's Amador Health Center received federal funding from the U.S. Health Resources and Service Administration. The city cannot be part of the grant, and this agreement allows Amador Health to contract with the city to implement the renovation and improvements for the dental and behavioral health sections of the building of the Mesilla Valley Community of Hope campus. This is your council options. I stand for questions, along with Amy Basford from Grants and staff available from other departments.
Thanks, Rocio. Councilor Flores?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you so much for your presentation. Can you go back to page 4? So what exactly, you said that the city cannot something, and so does Amador Health Center funding get the money directly, or do we get it and then just channel it over?
I'll defer to Amy Basford.
Yeah, I was looking for Amy.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Council. Amy Johnson Basford, Grants Manager. The funding that the Amador Health Center received was from HRSA. It is specifically for federally licensed healthcare facilities. And because the city owns the property at the Mesilla Valley Community of Hope, and there was a conflict there, and HRSA would not allow us to become a party to the grant, to where they subjugated the grant so that we could administer it. So what we had to do was create a grant agreement between St. Luke's and ourselves in order for the St. Luke's Amador Health Center to contract with us to do the improvements and to allow us to own those improvements, and they will be administering their federal grant. Public Works and I have worked with the Amador Health Center to figure out how most effectively to do this project in conjunction with the state funding that St. Luke's Amador Health has also received for the project. So it's a much larger project than just the $511,000. We will be doing state funding as well with this project.
Great. Thank you so much for the explanation, Amy. And then I have a question about the funding for the sewer connection. So I think, so this, what area is, or where are these funds going to be going? I think that there's still some sewer line connections that are outstanding out in the southern, in Hacienda Acres. I don't know if that's correct. I mean, I don't know the status. But is it going to complete what we started about a year ago now? How is that going, by the way? Do we have a status report on that?
I would defer that question to
Adrian.
Yeah, but I will tell you that this is our ongoing capital project that we've had with the Utilities Department to improve, to add sewer connections to the East Mesa area of the city and other areas of the city that are currently served by septic systems. And then that allows the homeowners to connect to the wastewater system that we have. So this one, I believe, is completing some...
Excuse me, Amy, with this grant money, they'll be able to connect?
They will be able to connect, but we will, because this is state money, anti-donation applies, we cannot connect them to it. They have the opportunity to then connect.
Oh, so it comes out of their pocket?
It would. All of this is doing is running the sewer lines through the neighborhoods that currently don't have it.
That's about an $8,000 project.
Yes, we do have other funding that the Utilities Department is utilizing to aid homeowners that need that assistance.
Oh.
So we want to be very clear, this is the running of the sewer system to neighborhoods that don't currently have it.
So that's the street connection?
This is the street connections.
Not directly to the homeowner?
This is the street connections, correct. And I believe that this funding will finish off Hacienda Acres, Estados Serenos, and potentially start Brittany Estates, but I'll defer to Adrian, interim utilities director, for a status.
Great. Thank you so much, Amy.
Good afternoon, Adrian Whitmer, interim utilities director. Mayor, Councilor Flores. So this particular money is set aside to work on Brittany Estates and Sariano, and with the $200,000, and that's to put main in. So
the main,
the sewer mains themselves. So connections will be taken care of in other funding mechanisms, much like the one that we're working on right now, where staff has put together the matrix, so that we can try to get low to moderate income people first and then work up from there.
Great, okay.
So this continues the sewer work that you all have requested for us to get rid of septic tanks, as many as we can, yes.
Thank you. And my concern now is for those who don't qualify on the low or whatever income levels. I think the cost of everything has gone up, as we all are all are aware. So that might mean that some people might not be able to connect to the main because it'll be prohibitive. The cost will be prohibitive.
Mr. Mayor, Councilor Flores, you are correct. So with the way it is right now, I mean, it's really great that we got a lot of the ARPA funding, and we're hoping to connect as many people as we possibly can. Obviously, that is our goal. But once the money is out, if people don't want to connect, whether they can afford it or not, there's really not anything we can do about it except for continue to encourage them to do it. So, but that's why we have the matrix, so that we can actually take a look at the low to moderate income, and of course we're focusing more in the Hacienda Acre area, only because that's the first one that was completed utilizing the updated ordinance where it's mandatory to hook up. So we're focusing in on where it's mandatory to do that on this first phase. And then
So there are areas then that aren't that don't have that to which the ordinance does not apply. And why would we have an ordinance like that? Area specific?
Mr. Mayor, Councilor Flores, when we were going through and we were talking about how we were putting in lines, but people weren't necessarily hooking up with it, whenever you come up and you update an ordinance, that's where those prior to that actually end up getting grandfathered in. So it's, once an ordinance is put into place, it's from then on.
But is it area specific?
It's not areas.
Or is it something that applies to all homeowners in the city?
It applies to everyone a year after a sewer project has been completed. So for instance, the Hacienda area, that one was completed after you all approved the amendment to the ordinance. So that's why the Hacienda area actually has the mandatory hook-in, much like with this funding here. Once the Brittany Estates portion and Sarianos is completed, those particular streets that are completed now also fall into the mandatory hookup.
Great.
So what we've been trying to do is find funding to actually provide funding for everybody else to hook into so that we can do that. We have so many septic tanks, so I guess looking at it on the bright side is that we haven't gotten so far along that we're still going to have thousands of septic tanks that aren't mandatory hook-in.
But you know, in terms of the anti-donation clause, this is a health and safety issue because those septic tanks are emanating a lot of, all these gases and stuff. So I don't know if maybe we can look into that in terms of being the anti-donation clause not being applicable in this situation.
Councilor Flores, so that's what's really great about the ARPA funds because it is federal funding. And when I was speaking with the DFA in coming up with this type of funding and requesting, they indicated to me that because it's federal funds, that it's
outside.
It's kind of outside of the state's for the anti-donation, and it is health and safety, and I was told that it would be able to be utilized for that purpose, and that's the main reason we're going for that. And we've been talking with other funding agencies to actually tell them on some of these projects because people either don't want to or they can't afford to tie in another funding mechanism in order to do the health and safety to help protect our water resources. I know is something that they're working on so that even potentially, eventually, state funds can be used for the same thing.
Great. Thank you so much, Adrian, and thank you, Amy. And
You're welcome.
Thank you very much. I appreciate your time.
Councilor Coram?
Oh, I was just going to follow up. Sorry, Adrian. It's not really a question. It's just I know that there are a lot of folks who still have septic in my district as well, our shared district, future district. And my sense is, and this sort of comes from our conversations, Adrian, thank you for sort of orienting me, is folks who are reluctant to hook up, their septic tank typically fails within 10 years, and then the expense of a new septic tank typically outstretches the expense of the hookup, and that is ultimately, it seems like a big motivator for people who maybe are reluctant for other reasons, I guess, that aren't monetary.
That is very true.
Okay.
Yeah, it's not a big deal until they're septic, and then they're like, come help me. So hopefully our projects as we go through over the next few years will continue to alleviate those issues, and I appreciate it. Thank you.
No, thank you. And failing septic tanks are by far the worst. I wish if anyone has experienced that once in their life, they will never, ever go back, I suspect.
Mr. Mayor.
Yes, Councilor.
Adrian, don't leave yet. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So Adrian and everybody here, administration, can we put that information out to the public to let them know that septic tanks do fail, and when there's the opportunity to hook up, to do it? So can we get that? Maybe our communications director or the powers that be can direct Mr. Peely can direct the communications, and utilities always has all this fantastic information when we get the bill. By the way, speaking of bills, we've heard from different constituents about the exorbitant bills, the utility bills. And so maybe that should be addressed publicly also in one of our communications in our newspapers, the Bulletin or the Sun News, to explain to people why our utility bills are so high. That's just incidental to speaking with you, Adrian. So thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Councilor, the utility bills you're talking about perhaps might be the gas?
Huh?
Might be the gas.
Oh, I don't know.
Yeah,
I mean, I can speculate, but...
Yeah, I think it was because if you recall last year, there was that freeze in Texas.
Oh,
and
yes.
We had to do some things to help, make it not so big of a burden on the residents, and then we spread it out over a period of time to...
So is that still going on?
I believe so.
Mr. Mayor, Councilor Flores, the surcharge that we put on for the Storm Erie is over with. Unfortunately, what has occurred since then is that because of the oil and gas increased prices, and that's just a pass-through cost, that's not something that we get as part of our service. All that is a pass-through, and unfortunately, as soon as that part of the bill got taken care of, then the increase for natural gas rose up. So we are expecting it to kind of go up and down again. Just saw this morning that the rate was quite a bit higher depending on which gate we're getting it from. So, but we do have Mario Puentes, he's our gas analyst. He looks at that all day long, every day, just to make sure that we are getting the cheapest natural gas that we possibly can, and he gets it planned out. So he does an excellent job, and unfortunately, everyone else is feeling the same thing that uses natural gas at this time. So those bills will continue to fluctuate, and right now they are at an increased cost, and it's just a pass-through.
Thank you so much, Adrian. I just can't stress enough that our city keep our residents alerted, because unless we ask specific questions, I personally don't have all that information. If I get an email, I usually CC the powers that be to make sure that that specific resident is getting the answers he, she needs. But if we had just a update on what's going on, in that department, because I'm not sure that everybody reads the stuff that comes in. I'm one of the few probably, but because I read everything. Anyway, but thank you, Adrian, and thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Ivo.
I think Barbara has a comment.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just with respect to the discussion about anti-donation and the provision of these types of infrastructure services for sewer, just wanted to add as well that the New Mexico Constitutional Amendment 2 that just passed specifically addressed these types of services. So Adrian is right. At this point, we're looking at ARPA or federal funding for these type of projects, but in the future, as we look to general fund, we will certainly have some new guidance from the state as to what we would potentially be able to spend on for these matching funds. Thank you.
No, thank you for that. Okay, anyone else? All right, with that, Christine?
Mayor,
Oh, I'm sorry. I apologize. Please come forward and just state your name.
Good morning, or good afternoon now. My name is Liz Ellis. I'm the chairman of the board of Amador Health Center. I'm a little awkward coming up today because normally we have our CEO, Pamela Angel, come and speak on issues relating to Amador, and she is out of the country at the moment, and so she asked me to come and mostly make sure that you're aware of what an important project this is for Amador Healthcare. We've been working on this for over a year. We're deeply appreciative of all of the city staff people who have put time and effort into this project. It's interesting to me today to hear the earlier comments about problems of homelessness and those issues, and I know that what we do won't solve those issues for you. That's a huge problem, and I admire all of you and your progressive attitudes towards dealing with those issues. But what we do provides one of the drops in the bucket, and what we will be providing with this facility when it's completed is dental health services, which are critically important to overall health for many of our patients who may be experiencing homelessness but who are capable of transitioning into housing and working with the rest of the community of Hope. We have had many success stories and expect to continue to do that, but we do need the dental health services. The other component is going to be expanded behavioral health services, and we literally don't have the physical facility to serve the needs of our patient population, and those mental health needs, behavioral health needs, as you know, are a huge contributing factor to the problems that our business people are experiencing, and it breaks my heart to hear some of those stories. But again, we're going to deal with it one little bite at a time, and this project is critically important to us, so we appreciate your support. Thank you.
Thank you, Liz. Okay, anyone else? Okay, seeing none. Christine.
This is on the motion to approve Resolution 23-066. Counselor Beta?
Yes.
Counselor Graham?
Yes.
Counselor Bencomo?
Yes.
Counselor Curran?
Yes.
Counselor Flores?
Yes.
Counselor Gondara?
Yes.
Mayor?
Yes. Okay, item 7.5, Resolution 23-067.
Move to approve.
Second.
Motion made by Councilor Beta, second by Councilor Corran, and Leanne Demouche will be discussing.
Well, good afternoon, Mayor and councilors. It's a pleasure to be up here. I'm excited about this one. Give you a little bit of background. This is a budget adjustment for Ordinance 2987, which you as a council approved back in August 16th of 21. At that time, we were really unsure how much funds would be coming into for this plastic bag ordinance, and we were unsure, so we put these funds into the general fund with a project number, and we just sort of been monitoring them. So this particular ordinance, just to give you a little bit more background, limited the use of the plastic single-use carryout bags. It did establish the environmental service fee of 10 cents per bag. However, the city only receives half of that. The store retains the other half. The fees that are collected are dedicated to promote sustainability, public education, and purchasing reusable bags. And of course, just like I said, we have been putting this money into the general fund. And so what this budget adjustment will be doing today is we established a new fund. It's 2805. It is called Environmental Protection Fund. And so what we're doing in this budget adjustment is transferring out the funds that we've received in the general fund, which is about $136,000. And we're moving that into 2805, and we're establishing the revenue for fiscal year 23, which we're projecting about $200K. And then we're also putting in expenses, so that way the Sustainability Office can start using these funds, and we're establishing an expense of $247,000. And with that, these are your council options. And I'm up here for any questions on the budget adjustment. And of course, behind me is, I think, Jenny Hernandez from the Sustainability Office to answer any questions you may have about this.
So is that expense to remodel Councilor Flores' office?
Mayor, no.
Councilor Bencomo?
That was on my
Wish list.
It's on my wish list. No, it's not. He's just joking. Did you call on me?
Well, actually calling Councilor Bencomo, but we can let you talk.
Thanks. Honestly, I think the remodel needs to be my office. I have a huge pillar that looks really different than all of your offices, so I'm just saying. Thank you so much. I was also excited to hear back from this. I am curious, maybe Jenny has this information, but I'm curious if you've gotten any feedback from businesses regarding some of the revenue they have seen. Yeah, if you've heard anything, Jenny. Unless it's bad, then I don't want to hear it. I'm just kidding. I also want to hear it.
Mayor, councilors, Councilor Bencomo, Jenny Hernandez, Sustainability Specialist. When we were setting this up and trying to make sure that businesses were aware and how to submit the fees and all that good stuff, we found out that the big box stores, so like the Walmarts, the Targets, which are the most contributing to this fund, everything is handled at the corporate level. And so when we spoke with our local stores, they were always like, call corporate, they deal with it, not us. So they essentially, that money gets sent back to corporate, and they kind of work with it and figure out what to do with it. So we do not have, we don't know what happens with that money after it gets sent back then, because the check that gets cut comes from their corporate offices.
And then, I'm sorry, for the more local businesses.
Mayor, Councilor Bencomo, for the local businesses, The fee submitted is like $2.
Okay.
So in totality, in totality, it's like $4, and so they keep 2, we get 2, and so it's not really a big source.
Okay. Well, I certainly hate to give corporations any more money than they need, but I think it goes to more public education around encouraging people to take their reusable bags. I always forget to take my bag to Target. And honestly, anytime I don't take my reusable bags, I'll just like lemons in my back seat of the car because I refuse to buy a bag. But I think it just goes to public education, and if we can continue using any of these funds to do any of that, I would highly encourage, even if it's just some social media ads, to remind people. I think people are getting better at it, but I would like to see a little bit more public education on the matter. Thank you, Jenny, so much.
The bag is only 10 cents, Counselor. 10 cents?
So, Mayor, I'd also like to follow up on Councilor Bencomo's question. So in the ordinance, if you'll remember on the background, this is for education. So the Sustainability Office will be able, once this is approved today, I'm hoping that you will approve this, then the Sustainability Office will be able to start spending those funds, maybe not tomorrow, but sometime this week, yes.
Councilor Flores, did you have a comment?
My questions were answered.
Okay.
Thank you.
Councilor Coran?
I was just going to say that in my personal health and wellness class that I teach at the community college, I ask students where can they be a little healthier in their everyday lives. And I would say for the first time ever this year, a lot of them said, I can take my reusable bags and actually remember them, versus now I'm getting an arm workout juggling the lemons, trying to carry them back to my car without my bags. So I do think I sense in the community, and I've been asking my students about this too, that there really is an orientation toward thinking critically about how we use single-use plastics in particular. And so I really appreciate the way that you all have shepherded this and that you initiated it. And while it was the source of the most angry emails I had ever gotten in my first 2 months as a city councilor, I do think that seeing the outcomes of fewer plastic bags, even in the desert by my house, is measurable, and I just want to thank you.
Thanks, Councilor. And my comments are along those lines. Initially I wasn't for it until we were able to exclude the restaurants, and they're not required to do this. So ironically, a couple days ago, I was at one of the big box stores, and I just bought one item, and they jokingly asked if I wanted a bag. I said no, and they said, they knew that we had passed the ordinance. But I said, but you know what, the place is cleaner. And they said, you know what it is, we're used to it now. And it actually does seem like there's not as many plastic bags, because now they're a commodity. They're trying to save them so they don't have to pay for them, right? And except for Councilor Bencomo. So they're trying to save them, and so they're picking them up, and they're not flying all over the place like in the past. So I think it's been a good thing. So I'm happy for that.
May I comment?
No,
Golly.
Councilor Floyd. No, I didn't. I carried it. It was just a little, it's like this big.
Yeah, you can, what I do is just put everything back in the cart, and then all your bags in the trunk, you load them up then. That's what I do. But yes, I do want to say that it has been very effective along Highway 70, because I'm part of the AARP group that picks up trash along our adopted area there. And it really has made a big impact, so in that regard. That's all. Thank you. Thank you.
Any members of the public have any comment? Oh, Juan, I think, is this your third time? Because you're only allowed 2 times. No, you're only allowed 2 times. Yeah, sorry. Okay. Okay, if there's nothing further. Yeah, you're only allowed 2 times up. You have 7 minutes for a total of twice. There used to be a person in the public that would come up on every item. That's why we limited it to twice. Not Juan, somebody else, way before your time. Christine?
This is on the motion to approve Resolution 23-067. Councilor Beta?
Yes.
Councilor Graham?
Yes.
Councilor Bencomo?
Yes.
Councilor Coran?
Yes.
Counselor Flores?
Yes.
Counselor Gondara?
Yes.
Mayor?
Yes. Okay, next item, 7.6, Resolution 23068.
Move to approve. Second.
Motion made by Councilor Beta, second by Councilor Graham. By Hare. And Lorenzo?
Not quite.
His name is Francisco.
Francisco? Alfredo?
Alfredo,
Sorry.
thank you. Thank you,
I
Mayor.
apologize. I'm like, okay, you're not Amy Basford. That's what it says right here.
I am not Mayor, Council. I am here for a very specific purpose, and that is to introduce Miss Amy Basford to do this presentation, but more importantly, to let you know that this is her last week with the city, and in a very public way, want to thank her for all of the hard work and everything that she has accomplished on our behalf. And so I would be remiss, we would be remiss to not let you know and to honor her in this public way. Thank you.
Well, thank you for that.
Thank you, Councilor, Mayor, Mayor, Councilors, Amy Johnson Basford, Grants Administrator, and there it is. Somewhere in here is my presentation. Of course, the last one I do, I have a challenge trying to find it.
It's karma. It's
karma.
Amy.
It's karma.
That's what you get for leaving the city. Leaving us, you're abandoning us.
Yes. Okay, so today we are here to approve the resolution for the 2023 New Mexico legislative priorities. Back in October of 2022, we had a work session where I reviewed the various priorities that we were looking at, the things that we must consider when we're looking at project selection for those things we're going to submit to the state legislature in the upcoming session. They must be on the approved ICIP listing, which is approved by you all in May with the budget as part of the CIP. It must be, we also look at what the project readiness is. That's because there are commitments that we must make where we will be able to spend a certain amount of money within a short period of time after that funding is received by the state, as well as being able to complete the project within a specific number of years. We look at how much funding is required to complete the project. Is this a phase? Is this going to complete a project that has been previously phased? And do we have other funding sources that can supplement what we are requesting? Again, we look at whether the project can be phased. If it's a large project, can we phase it over multiple years and make requests each year? That it aligns with the city comprehensive plan. And then most importantly, these are for capital improvements. They must have a lifespan of 10 years, and they must be able to be capitalized. So there are certain things that we would all like to request funding for that don't fit into this category, and that's why we make sure that's one of our requirements that we look at. This year we did have, before we go into that, we did have a change in strategy as directed by our city manager, and that is to look at what counselors, of course, what counselors are interested in having us request funding for, but more importantly, what legislators are interested in providing funding for. We did some good analysis on what we've received in the past and from whom we've received that, and kind of outlaid some projects that we feel will appeal to those legislators that we have coming up in this upcoming session. The city manager, myself, and our lobbyists met with each of the legislators that we were able to. There were a couple I think we still have a couple left to meet with. And so that's how this list was prepared. The first one is two parts here, airport improvements. The first section is that the Municipal League this year is going to move forward with an appropriations bill that is specific to airport improvements. This bill will not fund actual runways or anything that might be controlled by FAA. So it is looking to actually build out the infrastructure of New Mexico airports to encourage interstate and intrastate travel into airports. And so we will be asking in that municipal bill for the first grouping of items here, which is a retrofit and expansion of the existing building for passenger service, an expansion to our parking lot to accommodate new travelers, a new maintenance facility with a fuel farm, the relocation of the existing fuel farm and an expansion of it to accommodate additional aircrafts coming and going, and a water tank rehabilitation or replacement. The water tank that is out there is very old, and it is the only water tank servicing both the Las Cruces Industrial Park as well as the airport. So that's going to be bundled together as one request to the Municipal League for inclusion in their appropriations bill. The second item for the airports is runway 422 improvements and rehabilitation. This is a runway that is not currently funded through FAA, and so this is to improve that particular runway, which is utilized for a number of purposes. The next project we have is the Sewers and Utilities project. We discussed this just shortly ago. This is our sewer connections for areas that are currently on septic systems. This provides the wastewater lines and systems for people to then in the future hook into from their private properties. This is based on priority areas that were established in 2008 by the Utilities Department in a planning document they created. This will address, the amount that we have requested will address the remaining Brittany estates as well as Estados Serenos, as Adrian discussed earlier. Again, for roadway improvements, we have several items here on the roadway improvements. The continuation of our East Mesa roads and drainage improvements. Tony Trevino spoke earlier about that process and what we will be looking to continue to try and fund in an effort to get those East Mesa roads completed and provide adequate drainage for property owners. The Telshore Spruce intersection, this is the completion of funding that we received last year to provide additional lanes, access, and traffic signal configurations for the Telshore Spruce intersection to help alleviate the congestion that currently exists there. We are looking for a new project, which is the University Area Complete Streets. This is to provide planning and implementation actions to accomplish complete streets along the University Avenue corridor and connecting streets through NMSU. So this is a partnership between the city and NMSU to move forward for a complete streets project in the university area. The next area we have are also some new projects that we've added to the ICIP, which is for the Lift Up Las Cruces area. These will move forward. This will be a bucket of money that we will request on an annual basis depending on where the Lift Up project is. For this year, we are requesting 2 projects under roadway improvements. The first is street lighting improvements. This is to provide additional lighting throughout the Lift Up area. The second is roadway improvements. The city manager will help us make a decision on whether we will be going for sidewalk and ADA improvements throughout the lift-up area, existing lift-up area, or we will do a partial reconstruction of Sacramento Street. Then we have public safety. These are things that we ask for on an annual basis, is the police equipment, replacement of existing body cameras, and somewhat exception to the ICIP is for public safety, fire and police equipment, which we can purchase that is not meant to last 10 years. So we annually request funding for the replacement of body cameras. Under fire stations, we will be requesting a variety of actual physical improvements as opposed to equipment. The first is Station 4 and 5. We will do fencing and security gates. Station 4 will have a restroom remodel. I think one of you is very familiar with that particular station. Station 2, we will remodel the bay. Station 6 is an exterior stucco repair that is causing some issues for the building. And then Station 5, we will be redoing the bay entrance, aprons, and parking area for the apparatus, which is disintegrating at this time. For park improvements, we have 2 park improvements. We have Gomez Park. improvements. This will include the design and construction of a new ADA-compliant parking area, as well as other improvements based on the approved master plan that was approved by you all back in, I believe, the late summer. And so that will, depending on the amount of funding received, will guide how much of the additional improvements will be able to be made. And then we are looking also for funding for Pioneer Park. For the gazebo, this is the completion of Phase 1 of the master plan and beginning of Phase 2 of the master plan, which includes the completion of the renovation of the historic gazebo, as well as additional infrastructure that is surrounding the gazebo and new plaza area that will be created in that park. And then finally, another department of the city or of the state will be going for an appropriations bill. This appropriations bill will be by New Mexico Tourism Department. It is looking for tourism-driven infrastructure improvements. And so we have several items there, and I just want to get some more of my notes here on that so I can discuss that a little more. And that is, so we are going to be requesting for the Brannigan Cultural Center continued restoration of this historic building and museum. It is in need of many improvements in order to maintain the integrity of the building. The Railroad Museum, we will be looking at not only building improvements, but in exhibits, reimagination of the exhibits there to increase tourism. The Museum of Nature and Science, we are going to redesign the atrium area as well as install a server system that will allow us to provide interactive and multifaceted exhibits. And then we are looking at 2 park improvements. One of them is Veterans Park, which is one of the most visited parks in our community by folks coming to Las Cruces. This will be a variety of improvements to the park, including the visitor center and restrooms that are located at the entrance to the park. And then trail improvements. This includes wayfinding and outdoor recreation improvements to the city's trail system, which is also a driver of tourism. And with that, I will answer questions, and here are your council options.
Thanks, Amy. We have Councilor Beta, Councilor Graham, Councilor Flores.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Amy. First, for all the service and the work that you've done on behalf of the city. I know that you are extremely hardworking. You've brought a lot of resources to our community, and that's been invaluable, so thank you for everything.
Thank you very much.
With that, I'm happy to report with the Municipal League. While nothing is ever set in stone 100%, but I have requested that for the airport considerations that no less than 15 million be allocated, hopefully, for the city. So hopefully that will work, and I know that is one of our top priorities and one of the priorities that I personally will be helpful and hopefully championing during our legislative session for the airports. I was going to ask for the park improvements for Gomez on what the final number is that we will be looking for, and how, if that will cover most of the Phase 1 for Gomez Park.
Thank you, Mayor, Councilor Beta. I do want to let you know that Susan Gonzalez from my department will be working with Larry very closely on the appropriation request. This year, we did not include all of the amounts, just so that you all know right up front, and that is because we want to give the city manager the leeway to adjust those amounts based on the revenue projections that are received that are come in right before the legislative session. And so this way, he and our lobbyists can work on if the request can be larger than what we are currently asking for. Right now, for Gomez Park, we are looking at $600,000. The parking area is approximately 300 to 350, so that would leave us another 250 to do some improvements. I can defer to Kathy Matthews, who is here from the Parks Department, to discuss what that additional funding could do for us.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Kathy Matthews. The $250,000 could probably go towards the plaza gathering area that's adjacent to the parking lot. That's a shade structure and a flat kind of open space to create an entry for the park, something more formal in that way, and to create a gathering place along the trail.
Okay, thank you very much for that. And I'm very thankful to the support during our conversations by my fellow counselors on these parks as well. This is one of the areas that needs the most improvement and kind of revitalization in my area. So I just want to say thank you. I really do appreciate it. And thank you again, Amy, for everything that you've done for the city.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor. Councilor Graham?
Thank you, Mayor. I don't have any questions or comments on this because I think you've done such a masterful job of bringing us through the individual sessions and the work session. So I would ordinarily hold this for councilor comments, but in case you're going to jam out before, I just want to say what an absolute pleasure it has been working with you. And grant writer to grant writer, and knowing what that life is like, you do your job with exceptional grace and poise.
Thank you.
And I'm going to miss you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Thank you, Councilor. Councilor Flotis?
Thank you, Mayor, and I echo Councilor Graham's expression of gratitude. It's been a pleasure working with you, and I don't know how you do it, but you just get that magic wand and you get all these grants, so I'm going to miss you terribly. As far as the tourism driver, what exactly is that? And how, can you explain that to me?
So this is similar to what the Municipal League is doing, where they have a very specific kind of goal in mind with requesting appropriations outside of the normal capital outlay process. So this really doesn't come out of the capital outlay money of each legislator. This is an actual appropriations bill that goes through the legislature and goes to the New Mexico Department of Tourism. So what we are doing this year is they are asking for the submission of what we feel are critical projects to our infrastructure that drives tourism. And so we are submitting those, and then depending on how much money they receive, they will vet the things that we have submitted and determine which ones they can fund. So it's kind of like, okay, here's our projects. You come back and tell us what you're able to fund. It's very similar to what long-term aging does. Also, the Municipal League is starting to do that. I think other agencies of the state will begin to do these kinds of things to ensure that funding in those years that we do have a lot of funding that goes to specific things that help improve their purpose and mission.
Well, it makes me happy to see that the Brannigan Cultural Center is there. But what sort of data do we have to present to justify this request or to buttress the request?
So for the Brannigan Cultural Center, I think that one of the things that we put forward is that the building has some structural integrity issues that make it a potentially a facility that we might have to close if certain things happen. As you may all remember, we did have the porch kind of failure earlier in the year. We have found funding within the city to repair that. But those kinds of issues where things begin to fail mean that then the museums cannot move forward with some of their projects that they may have already scheduled. And then that creates an issue for space and public accessibility. So what we are asking for from the for this particular time is to repair the exterior stucco, which is failing in several places. It is the main purpose or reason why the building has been deemed historical, because of the uniqueness of the structure or the stucco that was placed on the building. And so being able to repair that at a time when it's still able to be very clearly seen what that stucco look like and then reproduce it is critical before we have more failure of that particular stucco. And so since that is one of the main drivers of the historic nature of the building, we want that to really speak to people when they come up to the building, so they see that that's really been cared for. It's the department has not set out criteria for it. So it's, I think this is the second year they've done it, and they're just learning how they want to do it. So that's why they're having us submit things, and then they'll kind of vet those after the fact.
Wow. So I think that the information that would be critical would be to show how many people do visit the museum.
Yes.
And the exhibits. I know that the one on the history of the airport was fascinating.
Right.
And how vibrant it was at one point. But any kind of money that we're asking, we have to justify it. I mean, we really have to show numbers. And I know that we had a meeting with, an EDPRC meeting where the Department of New Mexico True presented. And I was dismayed, if not horrified. Much to my chagrin, they put one of the attractions as a tourist thing, is that this is one of the retirement places in the state. And I, of course, said, I don't think that's a plus. We have a vibrant community here. And to call it a retirement community means that everybody is just, ancient like me. Right. But people are vibrant. It's a vibrant community. And in the presentation, I also made it clear at another time when I had an opportunity to speak with the New Mexico True people, is that we're forgotten. We're forgotten. And it seems that it's just not important. I mean, for them not to know Las Cruces well enough to put, what does a retirement community have to do with tourism, except when somebody's driving through and says, oh, let's stop here for 2 hours to see what's in Las Cruces. So my point is that we always have to do a lot of selling up in the state legislature. And that's one of the things that really concerns me, Amy. And so you can't leave yet, so you have to stay. No. But the other thing is that the Veterans Park, I know that it will no longer be in my district come next year, but I do know that the veterans are very upset, continue to be upset about the use of that park area as a, quote, park, the grass area. And it seems to me that, when speaking with them, I've said, well, you can just, it isn't as if you're here 24/7. But so I know that, I think there was an agreement reached with the city and the veterans group that that back area, as you're facing west behind the tables, that would be the park area, and the other would be something else, and then we're going to have a parking lot to the north of the park. So is that still the plan? Is this inclusive of all of that, or what exactly will appropriation cover?
Thank you, Mayor, Councilor Flores. So this is to specifically look for funding for the visitor center and restrooms that will be at the front of the park. The parking area is being addressed through Public Works. It will need additional funding, but I will have Kathy come forward, or Sonia's got her light on, to discuss some of maybe the agreement. I'm not familiar with that.
Well, but the visitor center, where would that be? Where the current bathrooms are now?
I'm going to have to defer that to Kathy. I haven't seen the floor plan for it.
Thanks, Amy. Thank you, Kathy Matthews. The visitor complex and new restroom will be where the current playground is located. The idea is that area will encompass, again, another kind of a plaza to create an entry space into the park from the parking lot. We anticipate most people will use the new parking lot when it is constructed, and they will enter in then through, according to the master plan, a contemplative garden where they can slow down, leave their life behind, come into this contemplative space, and then enter through this visitor center where the restrooms are also located, sort of where the current playground is.
Okay, great. And then Sonia?
Mayor, Councilor Flores, Sonia Delgado, Director of Parks and Recreation. So currently at Veterans Memorial Park, we are not taking permits for any activities. We do have signage that was placed asking individuals not to ride their bikes or scooters or have any sports practices or activities in that manner. So those have just been placed in the pipe, been in there for about a month, and we stopped taking permits probably 3 or 4 months ago.
Okay, so are the veterans happier now with that? Or have you had any feedback on that?
Yes, we're working closely with the Veterans Advisory Board to make some of these adjustments as we go along.
Thank you so much, Ms. Delgado, and thank you again, Amy. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
You're welcome. Mayor Pro Tem?
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Amy. Gosh, Amy, what do I say? I think Mayor and I have been here the longest and appreciate all the work that you do.
Thank you.
I hope you've imparted all your knowledge to the staff that's been left behind, but really appreciate your work, Amy. I know it's been a tough road at times. I know that after we hired Insight, right, a lot of things have changed, and I've recognized that, and I know that you were deeply a part of that, so I appreciate your work, Amy, and you'll be missed for sure.
Thank you.
I appreciate the flexibility allowing our EFO to have that kind of negotiation opportunity with Larry Horan, but you know, most of us go up there often at session, and I would really love to have the amounts to what each of these areas, what we're asking, because I'm already talking to a lot of legislators, and I don't mean my husband, Senator Souls. I don't have those conversations with him. I leave it to, you know, when they're up there. And especially because of the relationship now, right? So those conversations are being had. In fact, I had one Saturday specific to the airport with Senator Diamond. And so it's imperative that we know those totals and that we're communicating when those decisions are being made to either increase it or decrease it. So would really like to have a cheat sheet related to what those amounts are, because you know, that work is already happening. It's happening as it relates to at Economic Development, PRC. We're requesting that we meet with the legislature before they leave up to that, and you're aware of that, Amy, and I appreciate the work that you've done to help organize that. So my questions are specific to the Pioneer Park and the airport.
Okay.
And so what are we asking specifically for the completion of the historic gazebo and the additional infrastructure related to that master plan?
Thank you, Mayor, Councilor, Mayor Pro Tem. We will be sharing with you that information as soon as EFO and Larry have made those decisions very shortly after the first of the year. So right after the holidays, staff has been instructed to torment Larry to then reach out to EFO to get decisions made on what the revenue calculations look like, because those change constantly, as you know, before the session. But we do have to submit everything by the 12th of January. So very shortly after the holidays, the decision will be made on how much it is. And then Mandy and our PIO will prepare our handouts that we always have. I'm happy to share with you right now what the, through email, through EFO, the list of what we are currently asking for as our starting points, recognizing that there may be some fluctuations based on the particular revenue projections. So for Pioneer Park, we are looking for $660,000 that will complete the renovation of the historic gazebo. It will add the pergola or shade structure to it, and it will assist in laying the foundational infrastructure for the plaza area. It may not complete the seating area, but it should complete most of the infrastructure that's required for that plaza area. Okay. So that's Pioneer Park. On the airport, the request that we are putting into the Municipal League is for $15.2 million. and that is for this first grouping of things that you see on the slide, the retrofit and expansion of the existing building, the parking lot expansion, the new maintenance facility with a fuel farm, a relocated fuel farm and expansion of that area, and then the water tank rehabilitation and replacement. That totals $15.2 million for those items.
So Amy, let me stop you there. I don't mean to be interruptive, but because the new maintenance facility, all of it, around the relocating fuel farm and all that. Now, I'm assuming that a study has to be conducted in order to see if there has been, contamination.
I believe some of that
those
has
things.
been done, and
hi, Andy.
And I do have Andy here. They all kind of slid in after I got up here and
Perfect.
started talking. So I will defer that to Andy Hume.
Thank you, Amy.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor and Mayor Pro Tem Andy Hume, Airport Administrator. You are correct. Certainly, we'll have to go through all of the FAA and EPA studies that need to be done for these. We are currently going through our master planning process, which is identifying where the maintenance facility, the fuel farm, et cetera, need to go. And then once we have firmed those up through the master planning process, we can move into any FAA or EPA studies that are required.
So is that what we're asking, is for the study at this point, or will everything be kind of all complete and tied up in a little bowl to say, legislature, this is what we are requesting?
I have learned a great deal from Amy on how to word those requests, and we are going through everything from planning all the way through implementation, equipment, and full installation.
Okay. Because I know a lot, you go and kind of dig in and figure, okay, this is what we think, but then as you are in it, you're thinking, oh man, it's worse than we thought, right? So I know that's a little dicey for something like this, but okay. The $15.2 million, and then the master planning, that's going to be complete, Andy?
Yes.
What is the time frame, I guess, is my question.
Sure. Mr. Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, we anticipate bringing the master plan before City Council before the end of the fiscal year for completion.
End of fiscal year, June.
Yes, ma'am.
Now, how does that interface with this particular request?
Sure. So if this request is approved by the legislature, we would not be able to see these dollars until after July 1. So we will have our master plan. Actually, the timing will be perfect to be able to begin the next phase of any studies or any design after July 1.
Okay. Thank you, Andy. I appreciate the information. And then, Amy, I think you were going to then move into the runway 4-22 improvement.
Right, that is a separate request that will be at the city manager's discretion to put on our capital request to legislators. That is approximately $2.2 million, and that is for the rehabilitation and for that particular runway. Andy can speak to the various uses that runway receives. It is currently not being funded by FAA, and so this is something that the city and/or the state would need to try and fund. It will still be under the FAA purview because anything beyond the taxi lane is FAA purview.
Right.
But it is not something they are looking to be able to fund at this time. So that's why we're looking for state funding for it.
Perfect. Okay. And then, Amy, can you answer this for me? I know Larry Horan isn't here today, and I don't think he's on the line as well. But how does that interface with the governor's? We've been working really hard to get this particular, the airport improvements to include the runway improvement on her call list. So how does that work? How will that work?
So Larry will work with EFO on trying to schedule a meeting with the governor. There is an additional request from Councilor Abeyta to try and have the governor also help us fund the some portion of the RAISE grant program that we are trying to do, where we improve Highway 70 Main and Elks intersection.
Right.
Sorry. And so we have several requests into the governor now that the election is over. Larry is working to get a time with EFO that we can schedule a meeting with her and her chief of staff. Larry is very much aware of the need to meet with the mayor, or the governor, sorry, not the mayor, the governor. Just wanted to see if you were still awake there. The governor, and discuss several of the important projects that the city has and how she can provide some support for those, as she has other southern New Mexico area activities in the last year that we need her to look at helping Las Cruces. So I believe he is working on getting that scheduled. I have not heard back from him this week on whether he was able to get with the chief of staff to find an available date, but I know that's something he has been working on, is getting us time directly with the governor and her chief of staff and the related folks she has on her staff that would be interested in either the airport and or this project we're looking at for Elks and Travis.
Yes, I appreciate that. I know that she's had has her sites, in Santa Teresa Airport, but I see that as a very different, project completely, although this is something that's going to stimulate economic development for us. I think this is essential, and being able to separate those two out clearly is going to be important. But I've also been asked by the senators, specifically Senator Diamond, have you had these conversations? Is it on her call? And if not, why not? And then how are you basically sort of advocating and getting people to understand that these are different. They're different. The airports are different, right? And so thank you, Amy. And then lastly is the lift up on the lighting and where the additional lighting is, and I know that we've done sort of an analysis of where that lighting might be appropriate.
Right.
Do we have an idea of where that is?
So thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. So the lighting is to be throughout the existing area of the lift up where there is additional lighting needed. And when we move to LED lights, studies have been done to indicate that more lights are actually needed to provide, a safe environment. So $400,000 is for the lighting, and that would accommodate the majority of lights in the area. This will require some right-of-way acquisition or some right-of-way adjustments. So that's why it's at kind of a high number, is $400,000, in order to allow for some of that acquisition that might need to be made, or adjustments to the sidewalks once you put in the light, those kind of things. It's an area that has a lot of issues with sidewalks and ADA improvements, as well as the lighting. So some of that needs to be taken into consideration when we add the lighting. I do have Kyle Arndt here and Sue Gooley, who both are very familiar with our lighting ordinances, if you have specific questions about that. And then for the roadway, we wanted to ask for about a total of $1 million for Lift Up Las Cruces, so we'll put $600,000 either to the sidewalk and ADA improvements, which would cover the sidewalks and ADA, including the right-of-way acquisition throughout the area, or the choice may be made to do a partial reconstruction of Sacramento Street, depending on what the rates are at the time, and that those two requests may go higher depending on the revenue projections. These are two that are kind of may go a little higher, hopefully not lower, but a little higher.
Right. Amy, can you describe to me those meetings that you had with our representatives, and sort of what were your focal points in addressing Lift Up Las Cruces? Obviously, it's an anti-poverty program. I think there was a lot of interest, especially with that, but more specifically addressing our crime, and being one of these ways to do that is mitigating some of this utilizing street lighting. Can you kind of give me an idea of what those meetings were like?
Right. So thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. So this year we really asked our city manager to kind of lead them off, where normally we kind of talk about, well, what are your priorities and what are you interested in? Instead, we had him lead off and talk about, this is our revised strategy that we're going to pursue this year. We want want to know what you will be willing to fund. And then also he went in detail about Lift Up Las Cruces and what we are trying to do with this first group, this first location, and how that is going to be an ongoing project. It's not leaving a specific neighborhood, it's adding additional neighborhoods. And so this is an ongoing project that we'll ask for every year. And we talked specifically about the existing location, the first location, and how it was chosen and why it was chosen, some of the things we've already accomplished there, some of the other initiatives that have been started to go from both this existing lift-up area to the next lift-up area and moving onward. And so they were very engaged about that. They felt it was a really interesting way to approach reducing poverty and improving neighborhoods, increasing neighborhood identity and pride of neighborhood and that type of thing, as well as providing really substantial changes to those people who live in the neighborhoods. Yeah. So a lot of that kind of discussion was had, and most of them were very interested in it and felt like this was a very worthwhile kind of project to invest in every year, because it does then move around the city and address many of the critical issues that we have throughout the city, but often don't always get to the top of the priority list.
I appreciate that explanation. We're not obviously involved in those conversations, but appreciate hearing sort of what the appetite was to introduce this, but also to scale it out. So thank you, Amy. Thank you, Mayor. Those are all my questions and comments.
Okay, thank you. Any members of the public have any comment? George? Just give you up to 4 minutes, please. Just need you to state your name.
George Pearson. I'd like to thank you for the gazebo listing. Some of you may know that as a neighborhood association, we attempted to get some funding from the legislature in the last session, but we missed one checkbox. So it's not an easy task for an advocacy group, and so having the city shepherd this through, we really appreciate, and we look forward to having the rebuilt gazebo at Pioneer Women's Park. And I'm going to say it's Pioneer Women's Park, not Pioneer Park. There's I think Elsa Altschul is rolling in her grave when she hears that going on. So, and also I was wondering, it's Tony Gomez Park, isn't it? I remember Mr. Gomez, having dealt with him back in the day. It's not just Gomez Park. Thank you.
It is Tony Gomez.
Thank you.
Okay, anyone else? Okay.
Thank you. Mayor, if I may, for a moment, just address all of you, Mayor and Council. I have very much enjoyed working for the city for the last 8 years. As many of you know, I have been battling an illness for the last 5 years, and it's time for me to take a break and kind of take care of myself and then explore some other opportunities. So hopefully I will not be completely gone from your lives, but will be for a short period of time. And I appreciate the support that this council has given the grants section. You all are very much supportive of everything we try and do to bring in funding to the city, and it is very much appreciated both by myself and my staff. So thank you again for a very enjoyable time every time I've come to the podium. Thank you.
Good luck to you, Amy. I was afraid it was that local government north of us that's been recruiting staff, mile marker 89. Okay.
No.
Okay, well, good luck to you.
Thank you very much.
Okay. Christine?
This is on the motion to approve Resolution 23-068. Councilor Abeyta?
Yes.
Councilor Graham?
Yes.
Councilor Bencomo?
Yes.
Councilor Corran?
Yes.
Councilor Flores?
Yes.
Councilor Gondara?
Yes.
Mayor?
Yes. Okay, next item, 7.7, Council Bill Number 23-010.
Move to approve. Mr. Mayor? I'm sorry, I don't know if I can say anything since there's a motion.
Who made that motion?
The floor. I was wondering if, since 7.7 and 7.8 are so similar, is this one that we can just do?
Yeah, you're reading my mind.
Two-man coverage there?
Who made the second?
It was Councilor Abeyta, and I apologize. I did the first, and I'll remove it.
Wait, oh, no. It's okay. Who made the motion?
I did.
You did. Who made the second?
Nobody had seconded because I
We need a second real quick. Okay, can I have a second?
I second.
Okay, so Councilor Abeyta made the motion, Councilor Flores made the second. And yes, we can suspend the rules, So now we'll need a motion and a second to suspend the rules. We'll take a vote on that, and this has been moved and second, and then we'll discuss this. And then later on the second one, we need to vote on that. We'll make a motion and a second on that.
Move to suspend the rules.
Second.
Okay. All right, motion made by Councilor Graham, second by Councilor Abeyta. This was to suspend the rules.
This is on the motion to suspend the rules to discuss items 7.7 and 7.8 concurrently. Councilor Abeyta?
Yes.
Councilor Graham?
Yes.
Councilor Bencomo?
Yes.
Councilor Curran?
Yes.
Councilor Flores?
Yes.
Councilor Gondara?
Yes.
Mayor?
Yes. And looks like we have Jocelyn who's going to present this. Or Brad? Huh?
It's actually the Dusha brothers.
Oh, they're on the line. So you had a little mini course in local government. So we'll make you honorary council people.
Mayor and members of council, this is Bob Duchin of River Oaks Communications Corporation. Would it be helpful for me to run through the PowerPoints?
I think that would be good.
Thank you, Mayor, very much.
And do me a favor. I know we've met many times, but for the record again, your first and last name and the company?
Of course. I'm Bob Duchin, Vice President of River Oaks Communications Corporation. We have worked closely with the Las Cruces City Attorney's Office on a number of matters, including the franchise negotiations with Vexus Cable for the cable franchise agreement and for the telecommunications franchise.
Yeah, some of the council members having just a little challenge in hearing you. Not sure if do you have a microphone, or are you talking in speakerphone or anything like that?
Mayor, I'm speaking into a laptop. I just turned up the volume. Is that better?
Not really. We can hear you, but if you can just do your best, and we'll plug along here.
I will do so. If I'm speaking too loudly, please tell me that's not my intent. So I'm Bob Duchin, Vice President of River Oaks Communications Corporation. We work closely with the Las Cruces City Attorney's Office and others of the city. And in this instance, we've worked on two agreements, two franchises. One is a cable franchise with Vexus Fiber. The second is a telecommunications franchise with Vexus Fiber. If we could, I'd like to run through the PowerPoint. My understanding is that the City Attorney's Office would be controlling the PowerPoint. Thank you very much. NTS Vexus has requested a new cable franchise agreement with the city. Comcast has a current cable franchise agreement with the city. Under federal law, the city cannot unreasonably refuse to award an additional competitive franchise. The rule is that in total, one cable franchise cannot be materially more favorable or less burdensome than another cable franchise. Next slide, please. This new cable franchise with Vexus is non-exclusive. Vexus is subject to the police powers of the city. The term of the franchise would be for 10 years, and Vexus is required to secure all applicable permits. Next slide, please. Numerous provisions have been included in this cable franchise to protect the city's right-of-way. Vexus is to make cable service available where there's a minimum density of 15 dwelling units per quarter mile. The system build-out requirement is phased in over time. Under federal law, a new entrant cannot be required to serve the entire city. This cable franchise has been structured in such a way that Vexus will build out portions of the city contingent upon it achieving certain levels of cable subscribership along the way. Next slide, please. The FCC's customer service standards are available. The city will receive a franchise fee equal to 5% of the annual cable service gross revenues from Vexus. That is the same as Comcast arrangement in terms of 5%, and the federal maximum is 5% under the Cable Acts. The next slide, please. Vexus will maintain comprehensive insurance to protect the city. Indemnification has been provided for the city. A performance bond in the amount of $250,000 will be provided under this or the telecommunications franchise that Vexus is seeking with the city. And the next slide, please. Vexus is to provide up to 2 access channels, one in HD at the request of the city. Vexus will collect access capital funding upon written requests from the city from subscribers in decreasing amounts over the term of the franchise. The next slide, please. There are remedies for franchise violations, enforcement procedures, and the franchise is subject to federal, state, and local laws. I'll be glad to entertain any questions you have. In terms of the suspension of the rules, my understanding is that you would like me to go into the next PowerPoint and talk about the telecommunications franchise, and then council can decide how it wishes to approve or not approve or proceed on the cable franchise and the telecommunications franchise. So if we could go on to the next PowerPoint, please. I'm sure some of you are asking yourselves, why are there 2 franchises? That is because under federal law, a cable franchise is such that you can get 5% of gross revenues. A telecommunications franchise is different. It is not the same as a cable franchise. The norm for telecommunications franchises typically involves franchise fees of 2% of gross revenues. I'm going to cover some of the other highlights of the telecommunications franchise. This franchise with Vexus was modeled after the franchise you gave to Unite in March of this year. Under federal law, the city cannot discriminate among functionally equivalent service providers. The next slide, please. This franchise, similar to the cable franchise, is non-exclusive. That means other telecommunications providers can secure franchises from the city. The term of this franchise is 10 years. After 10 years, the franchise will automatically renew on an annual basis, provided Vexus is not in material default. And after that 10-year time period, the franchise fee percentage will be adjusted in the event that the franchise fee percentage changes as is being paid by similarly situated telecom service providers in the city. The next slide, please. Construction has to be in compliance with applicable law. The company needs to secure all necessary permits. The next slide, please. In the telecommunications franchise, Vexus has agreed to provide approximately 7 miles of shadow conduit for the city. That shadow conduit will be used for public works purposes by the city. Vexus will charge the city for building the shadow conduit at its cost plus a 3% administrative fee. The city will pay for the shadow conduit, and the way that will be accomplished is that Vexus will owe franchise fees to the city under this telecommunications franchise, and Vexus will receive a credit for those future franchise fees owed to the city. The next slide, please. As I mentioned, the franchise fee will be 2% of gross revenues. In this case, Vexus has agreed to pay 2% of its gross revenues on both telecommunications and information services, subject to some caveats. It's quite unusual for a provider to agree to pay franchise fees on information services. Vexus has willingly agreed to do so, and that's why this is memorialized in this franchise. Insurance and indemnification requirements are included, and as I mentioned, under one of the 2 franchises, Vexus will provide a bond in the amount of $250,000. The next slide, please. There are enforcement provisions and remedies in this franchise. The franchise is governed by federal, state, and local laws, and the competitive equity provisions in this franchise are such that the city cannot favor one telecommunications company over another. However, word-for-word or identical telecommunications franchises are not required, and the franchise includes an exhibit which shows the proposed location of the shadow conduit. The next slide, please. We are here to answer any of your questions. Thank you, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, and members of council.
Thank you, Bob. So if I could just sum it up real quick, it's similar to obviously a competitor Comcast, where they have cable TV and they also have telecommunications. You can use their lines to also for telephones. And it's being broken up into two because, of course, there's two different percentages and it needs two different agreements. Is that correct?
That is correct, Mayor.
Okay. So all this does is just add a little bit more to the competition. Hopefully, I say hopefully, bring down the prices of other competitors. Hopefully.
That would be hope. That would be the hope, Mayor, that this is going to help from a competitive basis.
Okay. Got it. Okay. So questions, Councilor Bencomo?
Thanks, Mayor. Thanks for clarifying that. Actually, that answers some of my questions. I think my more general question is, and maybe this may be for you, Brad, I don't know, maybe for the folks on the phone. Can you help clarify for me what would happen if we don't have one of these franchise agreements?
Bob, if I could go ahead. I'm Tom Dushin. I'm president of River Oaks Communications Corporation. I'm here in Colorado. Along with Bob, as Bob indicated, we've worked closely with the city for many years, mayor, council members, mayor pro tem. The reason is that under federal law, if Vexus chooses and elects to go ahead and provide cable television service, under federal law, they're required to have a cable television franchise for their use of the rights of way. So, to answer your question, with respect to the cable portion, I should say cable franchise itself, if Vexus chooses to provide cable television service, they need this cable franchise to do so. And regarding the telecommunications franchise, in order for Vexus to utilize the city rights of way, they also need a franchise agreement to provide telecommunication services as well.
Okay, that's helpful. I guess it still doesn't totally clarify for me my question, but
in the absence of, because we do want to clarify the answer for you. If the city council chose not to grant these franchises, if I understand your question correctly, Vexus would not be allowed to use the city rights of way to provide telecom service or to provide cable service.
Got it. Yes, that is much helpful.
Okay.
Much more helpful. Thank you.
If I could, Comcast has a cable franchise. Under their cable franchise, they can provide telecommunication services. This is a little different situation because Vexus has offered to pay franchise fees on both telecommunications and information services. In order for you to collect franchise fees on telecommunications and information services from Vexus, you're going to need a separate franchise. And that's why there's a second franchise.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate it.
You're welcome.
So, Bob, this is Ken. I got a quick question for you. Right now, let's take some of these streaming channels, whether it's Hulu or YouTube. The city receives nothing from them. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And so I think one of the advantages of having a franchise with Vexus is there could be some people in the market who, because of financial constraints, maybe couldn't afford it now, but perhaps, I don't know the pricing agreement, but what I'm trying to get at is if it does allow them to have other services that makes it more beneficial, the city then can benefit from the franchise agreements, which I think right now we get from Comcast. It's probably a little bit more than $500,000 a year. I seem to recall something in that ballpark. And so even if Vexus was to bring in $300,000 a year on its own, that's money there that usually just goes to the general fund. So and then also allows certain residents of the community access to cable and a few other things. So, okay.
Mayor, the hope is that with the second franchise, the telecommunications franchise, that more people will be able to afford some of the internet services. That remains to be seen. But the hope is this will generate additional revenues for the city and provide more people access and affordability to some of those services.
Very good. Okay, I appreciate that. Councilor Coran?
You had alluded to a map? I think.
Yes, Councilor.
I don't know if it was supposed to be in the presentation. I can look back in the, to be honest, this stuff's pretty opaque, so I could have missed it, but for me, a Luddite, but there isn't a map. That's why I was just curious of the context for this, and also you had alluded to it, but we're not seeing that here.
Councilor, the map is an Exhibit A to the telecommunications franchise, and it's a map showing the shadow conduit. That's why you don't see it in the presentation materials. It's an exhibit to the second franchise.
I found it in the packet, thanks.
Right. You're welcome.
Okay, any other comments? Members of the public? Okay, Christine?
This is on the motion to approve ordinance 3016. Councilor Abeyta?
Yes.
Councilor Graham?
Yes.
Councilor Bencomo?
Yes.
Councilor Cran?
Yes.
Councilor Flores?
Yes.
Councilor Gondeta?
Yes.
Mayor?
Yes. Okay, now we're going to go to 7.8, Council Bill number 23-011. Ordinance number 3017. Need a motion second.
Move to approve, Corin.
Second, Abeyta.
Motion made by Councilor Corran, second by Councilor Abeyta. Any further questions on this? Any comments? Members of the public? Seeing none. Christine?
This is on the motion to approve ordinance 3017. Councilor Abeyta?
Yes.
Councilor Graham?
Yes.
Councilor Bencomo?
Yes.
Councilor Cran?
Yes.
Councilor Flores?
Yes.
Councilor Gondeta?
Yes.
Mayor?
Yes. Okay, so thank you, and have a safe trip home.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Okay, so now we're going to go to board appointments, and looks like Laura Haas, new appointment, District 6 to the Parks and Recreations Advisory Board. And now also to the Realize Las Cruces Ad Hoc Committee. I need a motion, a second, to appoint Paul Pompeo.
So moved, Graham.
Is there a second?
Second, Corin.
Motion made by Councilor Graham, second by Councilor Corran. Christine?
This is on the motion to appoint Paul Pompeo to the Realize Las Cruces Ad Hoc Committee. Councilor Abeyta?
Yes.
Councilor Graham?
Yes.
Councilor Bencomo?
Yes.
Councilor Cran?
Yes.
Councilor Flores?
Yes.
Councilor Gondeta?
Yes.
Mayor?
Yes. Okay, also to the Realize Las Cruces Ad Hoc Committee, Arturo Duran, new appointment.
Move to approve.
Second, Corin.
Motion made by Councilor Bencomo, second by Councilor Corran. Christine?
This is on the motion to appoint Arturo Duran to the Realize Las Cruces Ad Hoc Committee. Councilor Abeyta?
Yes.
Councilor Graham?
Yes.
Councilor Bencomo?
Yes.
Councilor Cran?
Yes.
Councilor Flores?
Yes.
Councilor Gondeta?
Yes.
Mayor?
Yes. Also to Realize Las Cruces Ad Hoc Committee, new appointment, Ken Odenheim. Need motion second.
Move to approve.
Second, Graham.
Motion made by Councilor Bencomo, second by Councilor Graham. Christine?
This is on the motion to appoint Ken Odenheim to the Realize Las Cruces Ad Hoc Committee. Councilor Abeyta?
Yes.
Councilor Graham?
Yes.
Councilor Bencomo?
Yes.
Councilor Cran?
Yes.
Councilor Flores?
Yes.
Councilor Gondeta?
Yes.
Mayor?
Yes. Okay, now it's a notice of proposed ordinances. There be no public discussion. Councilor may ask staff for clarification on the proposed ordinances. The first one is 9.1, Council Bill number 23-012, ordinance number 3018.
Bring it forward.
Okay, bring it forward. As you recall, 9.2 has been removed. So 9.3, Council Bill 23-014, ordinance number 3020.
Bring it forward.
Okay, bring it forward. Okay, council member board reports and comment. I gave my comments earlier at the beginning of the meeting, so I'm going to turn it over to Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mayor. Do want to remind the public and council and staff that there will be a change regarding where El Paso electric bills will be paid. They're closing their locations. I had an opportunity to talk to Eric this morning and appreciated the reminder, but there are at least 40 other locations in places like Walgreens, Walmart, CVS, Family Dollar. There is a listing on their website, but I'd like to not only inform the public today, but IFO, if we can get our PIO, to probably place some information on our website and put out a press release regarding that. I think that's important that we still have quite a few people that use the locations to pay their bills. And so I think that would be an important thing to note at this point. And then I wanted to see, I mentioned briefly today related to the resolutions that the Economic Development Policy Review Committee is working on, specific to the state legislature, and how typically, IFO, there's a list of those that over the year, right, we're sort of recognizing, and staff puts it together and then brings it to council. Are we going to do the same thing? And I'm specifically addressing, thank you, Director Teeters, for putting out the resolution related to the amendment to the Metropolitan Redevelopment Code. We've been talking a lot about that, and as a tool, right, to help stimulate economic development. We know that we'll be working with Albuquerque's municipal and maybe some other smaller municipalities to bring this forward. So, IFO, will we be able to do that? And when can we expect some of the additional resolutions to come to council that we want our legislature to take note that we want them to pass? And yeah.
Mayor Pro Tem, I'll get with staff and come up with a timeline on when we get that back.
Thank you, IFO. I appreciate that. And then Mayor, thank you for bringing up the issue related to the trust building. We have been receiving quite a few emails related to that. I know I met prior to the holiday with IFO, and he informed me that it was going to move. Of course, I am against the demolition. I believe wholeheartedly in historic preservation. I do know that in the body of the emails, there is this idea that we are not following our own ordinance related to that. And I thought that this particular issue came in front of the commission in October, and we clearly heard that, even from some of the public. And so I appreciate working with the property owner and looking at an opportunity for some entity to take this on. And Mayor, I think, what is the amount? The 100 and...
Mayor Pro Tem, it's approximately $125,000.
Okay.
And I think what in discussion with Randy McMillan was just how serious, if this group can be formed, and whether or not they want to move forward. And I think all I was asking was some sort of skeleton, whether it's some bylaws or just the fact that they are attempting to register a nonprofit or an LLC, something to show their seriousness of it.
Okay, I appreciate that. I've been asked to organize a meeting from a couple of people, constituents, and I'm happy to do that. But I also don't want to muddy the waters. I think that if there's a serious entity that is interested in doing this, we don't have a lot of time. And so I just want you to know that, if people are interested in having this meeting, happy to do that as well. And with that, Mayor, I think I will turn it over to you. Oh, the other thing is my student and I are putting a meeting together with folks in our community that address substance abuse and addiction services in hopes that we sort of come together and organize ourselves, and with the help of Larry Horan, our lobbyist, we'll be meeting Wednesday at 9, and just hopes of bringing awareness of sort of the seriousness of addiction in our community, and sort of what to do next related to how we form or develop a 28-day facility or a facility related to, a piece of that puzzle in terms of providing adequate services to the community. That's something that's missing. And so we've done had some initial conversations with our substance abuse providers, and there's some deep concerns about gaps and barriers to those services, especially related to fentanyl and meth use. And so we will be organizing ourselves in hopes to have a meeting with the governor to put it on our call and for funding related to a 28-day facility. So Councilor Bencomo, I copied you on that email because you've had interest in that. And so Wednesday at 9 here at City Hall, second floor. Thank you, Mayor.
Very good. Thank you for those efforts. Councilor Flores.
Thank you, Mayor. Before we started our meeting, I handed out to all councilors a proposed ordinance. And I asked the mayor to place it on the agenda, and he denied the item to be on the agenda. So I just a very quick summary. Well, I'll just read the heading. It's a draft. An ordinance of the City Council of the City of Las Cruces creating a police oversight board with duties and responsibilities. I did not draft this. Our legal department did not draft it. It was drafted essentially by Peter Goodman and by Dr. Earl Nissen. And participating in this effort were Dr. Bobby Green from the NAACP, Dr. Ernest Flores, who's an MD, a psychiatrist, and Maria Flores, who served on the board, LCPS board for 13 years. So at this point, I don't know if any of you had an opportunity just to look at it, but what I'm asking for is a consensus to put it on the agenda. So I would request that call to be made at this point by the city clerk.
Well, we don't take a vote. I kind of just use it as a discretionary thing.
So how do we go about it?
Maybe people look at
If
me and
there's a
they
consensus?
either look at me like, yeah, I think I want this, or
You what?
I said, I just look at seeing the people who shake their head or no, or so.
So you're just looking at people who say,
I've already had some no's shaking no.
okay, so there's not a consensus of 4 people to put it on the agenda? So that goes into the record at this point?
No, because we didn't vote on anything.
We don't vote on anything, so, but it's a public comment, or
Well,
it's a public
comment, but,
Does it go in our minutes?
It might,
I just, and the reason is because it doesn't really read like an ordinance as far as I'm concerned. It reads almost like a study on the perfect world type of thing. But I think that we owe it to our constituents, the people who worked on this, well-educated people. They're not fly-by-night. They've been around the block a few times in all aspects. And so I just thought that just as a moral duty to present it to council, and if there's no agreement to get it on the agenda, so be it. But I think that it would have been good to have it on the agenda for discussion, because some of the points that were brought up is that we have an oversight committee, but we fellow councilors who aren't on that oversight committee know nothing about it. Public Safety Committee or commissions or whatever they are, we know nothing about it unless you're on those committees. So we, as a city council, as a city, are ignorant of the efforts that administration is engaging in. So I think that, I think, and that's why I wanted to bring it forward, because there are a lot of issues. We continue to have litigation. This proposed ordinance does not deal specifically with any ongoing litigation at this time. And I think that it would have been a good way to have public input on the issue, to have the authors of this ordinance and people who participated in the formation to have brought it into, airing our laundry type of thing. Thank you, Mayor.
Well, thank you, Councilor. Let me just let you say for the record that I'm going to be meeting with this organization, this group. I'm going to be meeting with them, next week. Or I think it's next week. It might be even this week. I have to see. I know Annette scheduled that already. But there's a couple things that also. One, in all fairness to the many of my colleagues who worked on getting the light, L-I-G-H-T, where you're having the firefighters and such to help assist the police to deal with those that are in mental situations. That's one. And then the second thing is, if you recall, Chief Dominguez, when came up and the council approved these various bonuses to look at this next academy, and it's been confirmed that there are people who have that background in sociology or psychology, things of this nature, those type of background that you want to slowly integrate into the police department to help the fire department in dealing with the situations. I think what I'm trying to say is I think they want to make this work, see if this works first. Now, if we can't get that to work, then okay, but I think in all fairness, it's important to at least give that a try because everyone's worked hard on that, and then to do this. I think it just defeats it, without even giving it a shot. And then the other thing that worries me, and especially when you're dealing with issues such as this, is I've heard it's never been brought up. But let's just say you have an organization that, for some reason, you're seeing more and more litigation. What happens when a lawsuit says, you know what, you guys had reviewed something and you let it go, or vice versa, and now they're getting sued? The city can't protect them. The city can't act on their behalf. They're going to have to go get their own legal counsel. There's just so many things that I think needs to be examined and discussed. And the fact of the matter is this: earlier when we have our police outside forum, they're made up of people who actually, none of them were former police officers. They all have the background in the very items that I think many of our colleagues like to see. And I guess what I'm trying to say is that you couldn't ask for a better group to really try to look at things and provide that type of information. So I think there's just so many things, Counselor, that to try to, let's see if this is going to work, and then maybe after that, I applaud you and these members of the committee for trying to do what they feel is needed. But I think some of the things that our colleagues have helped implement, work with the police and fire, I think is going to work.
Mr. Mayor, I think that hypothetically or theoretically or philosophically, it might work, it might not work, but why isn't that other counselors don't know what's going on? And that's my big question. When we get approached, because we're the frontliners, and we get approached with this, that, and the other, and not only is it because we're counselors and we therefore, are entitled, but just in terms of the communication with our community, because it looks like we're doing nothing, quite frankly, with all due respect, just because we don't know what's going on.
No, in fact, I left that off. I see no reason, and Jocelyn can correct me, or Ifo, and Christine, is, the minutes that are set from these two different committees, the public safety or oversight, I don't see why the rest of the council couldn't be copied on that. Isn't that, aren't they allowed to get that? These are...
It would be a violation of the Open Meetings Act, I think.
No.
On the public safety side, that can't be? Oh, we don't do official minutes.
There's no official minutes?
No, there are no official minutes. I thought,
Well, then
I
there
thought
you
they
have
did.
it.
Yeah.
There you have it.
Okay.
There you have it.
Well, is there Is there notes that can be taken and kind of disseminated? Okay, well, you can do that. I mean, I think it was just because of staff.
Would they be verified notes? I mean, how would that work, Christine, if you don't have a sworn transcript?
Mayor, Councilor Flores, because I'm the one who does them. I'm the clerk for the Public Safety Committee, so I'm the one who does the notes.
You see, I didn't know that, so
yes.
I beg your pardon.
Yes.
But now that I know, wonderful. Thank you.
Yeah,
And
I
what
mean-
about there's the oversight, and then there's the public safety. Do you take notes for both committees? So then who does the notes for the other one?
Vanessa King does the ones for oversight, and there are official minutes, but I will leave that to Jocelyn as to how those get disseminated because they're confidential.
There
and
you
then,
have it.
Yeah, I do the ones for public
Okay.
safety.
I rest my case.
Yeah, well, that's oversight, Councilor Flores. And so public safety, again, that's something there that's weird. Oversight deals with not just police and fire, it deals with the entire city organization. Councilor Coran?
I think to this question, this isn't really part of my councilor comments, but I would say that while I don't think that bringing forward an ordinance and having a public debate in that way is the most constructive way to talk about this, I do think we need a more robust conversation about the best practices to police accountability. And I think we need to have it in the public eye and have more significant input than exists now. So to that end, I support Councilor Flores' efforts and any community efforts that are happening toward that. And I don't think that waiting and seeing is a strategy. So I think we need to have a public conversation. I don't know what the best answers are, and I don't know what we're doing. So I think figuring out that space would be in public where folks can hear and see it would be one part of the bigger conversation. So I would embrace hearing that. While I don't think an ordinance, a specific ordinance would create that discussion, I do think we need to have it, and I would like to lend my support to that. My other comments are related to a couple of things. First of all, the Historic Preservation Trust conversation. I just want to sort of reiterate and clarify that I appreciate the mayor kind of brokering a deal or some potential deal that does think creatively about this. But I would also say that the folks who have been emailing, and I do read all of the emails and do my homework, resulted in me reading very carefully through the historic preservation ordinances, which clearly state that the city's vestment comes when something becomes registered as a historic property, which this is not in either city, state, or national registry, which national registry is incredibly hard, but this property isn't documented in any of those domains, and it's a very rigorous process to be registered. At a national level, less rigorous at a state level, and I would imagine less rigorous at a city level, although I don't know what that process is. This isn't that, so I would urge folks to look at, while constituents said, please read section 40, I did, and so I would urge constituents to look at section 40.9 and read through that really carefully, that talks about registration of historic properties and the role of the Historic Preservation Committee in doing so. So I would default back to that, but I also definitely have some concerns about using public money to fund monuments to a racist history. So I'll just put that out there as well. So you can't count on me ever to support that. The last items, which are less torrid, and so I'll switch to an easier conversation. Free adoptions at the animal shelter, just as a note. Sponsored by Doña Ana County Humane Society, the first 80 during this time. I don't know how many animals got adopted today. It would be great if they used up all of those, but even then it's $25 afterwards, and those animals are fully vetted. They will get spayed or neutered if they're too small to, or they will come spayed or neutered. It's a really good deal, and it will really help us reduce the overcapacity at the animal shelter, so please consider that. And on another animal-related note, this Saturday, Action Programs for Animals, an organization that I feel that is very close to my heart, is having an open house from 2 to 5, and they've been around for probably 10 years, but they've had this new space off of Solano that they've been using and have, I think, led to the adoption of over 5,000 animals in our city, including a number of cats and kittens, and there are very few organizations in town that take cats and kittens from our municipal shelter, really only 2 in Las Cruces. So I hope that you all might join me there at APA, and again, if anyone tells me that they want a dog, I'm here for it, and I will happily make that happen for you, fees and all. So I'll do a little personality assessment. I can really help you out with this. No risk assessment. Couches are expensive these days, you know. So those are the 2 notes that I have related to animal welfare in our community. So please look me up if you want an animal. I can make it so for you.
Thanks, Councilor. You know, let me share this with you. This is what I haven't talked with EFO yet, but I just put down a few ideas. How about if we have a work session, and I just came up with a couple ideas here, so that the public is aware of this. And I hear what you're saying, and I agree with you. I know there needs to be transparency. But for example, what happens when there's a police shooting? When there's a police officer involved, there's a different committee that's formed, district attorney, outside law enforcement. You know, we'll have something like this. Internal affairs, what is it? How does that work? And things of this nature. OIR, the function, what are their functions? How can the member of the public, if need be able to access them? How to file complaints. Things on the website that will help increase our transparency. And I think a lot of people, you know, we know that the chief is the chief of in charge of the department, but I think a lot of people may not be aware of that the city manager actually is the chief's boss. And so I think if we have a work session solely dedicated to this, let's put a focus on this to allow various individuals so that they can share some of their concerns and see how we might be able to better work with the community and increase that transparency and their interaction and such. So you've got my commitment on that. Councilor Bencomo?
Thanks, Mayor. Yeah, I guess I'll start with that first. What do I say? You know, I come from a community organizing background. Before getting to council, I did a lot of work around and was in communication and relationship with people across the country, doing a lot of work on police accountability. And I came on this council feeling like that was a priority for me, and it has only increased since been here, because there have been in my opinion, many high-profile cases that should not have happened ever. And to be really honest with all of you, I have been outspoken about my support for police reforms, for police accountability policies, and it has been very alienating. It has been very isolating to be publicly spoken about this, because people can't seem to separate that police accountability isn't the same as, you know, me deeply supporting officers and wishing they're safe and they return home. People cannot separate those 2 things. To me, those 2 things are very different. And so it has been very isolating to be publicly spoken about this. And in doing so, I have a lot of relationships with people in the community, advocates in the community, who not only center people who are directly impacted, but have relationships with people who are directly impacted, like CAFE and the ACLU and Local Progress. And in my conversations, I've gone back and forth on supporting something like this, because I have felt overwhelmed by policing issues. I have felt often like we are not doing enough to change culture. And in having these conversations with advocates, I realized that policies like this, unfortunately, are superficial. And I want real change. I want change that is meaningful. I want change that will save lives. I want change that will keep officers safe. And ordinances like this just are not proven to work across the country. They're not. But I still want to see real policies and real changes. And I still want to have public conversations. And I think we are afraid. I think there is, again, this huge misconception, and we can't seem to separate these 2 ideas. But I want public conversations. I want to have public town halls, work sessions, whatever it is, to figure out a better way for communities to feel safer, for people in this community to feel safer when it comes to police. And that is the truth. And I resent and push back against people who say, because I don't support this policy, that I do not care, because this is the one issue that keeps me up at night since I've been on this council. And so I just want to push back on that and say that I am actually incredibly open and have been for the last 3 years around having these conversations. And I will continue to be, as you know, I speak with EFO about these things. And so I will say that, and I will stop there because I can certainly get on a soapbox around this issue. On the issue of the building, the clubhouse, you know, I think we've spent nearly $3 million on the restoration of the Amador, and more to come. In a moment where we're experiencing a serious housing crisis, growing income inequality, and I just cannot see justify the use of public dollars for something like this, and for communities who are just now advocating for this. Where has the advocacy been for this building for the last 3 years? And so, you know, Mayor, I'm really appreciative that you're having those conversations and willing to come up with some solutions. And I just, at this point, I don't know that I would support any use of public funds for the restoration of the building. I think it's great that the owner is willing to work when we have like closed doors on them so many times, honestly. And so I'm glad that they're willing to come to the table and talk with community members who want to take ownership of this and do the fundraising and that advocacy work themselves. I think that's important, and so I want to thank you for that. I want to note that I'm hoping the resolution Mayor Pro Tem and Sergio drafted up a few weeks ago regarding hygiene stations and additional funds for an outreach person comes to City Council before the end of the year. We talked about it in our housing PRC meeting last week, and there was support by it from all of us, and so I really hope that that is something we can see soon, because clearly, you know, I think we're seeing hotspots in our area, on Solano, on downtown, on Picacho, that are experiencing more violence, and I would argue it's due to trauma and people not having access to services, which is a whole nother root cause we need to address. But in the meantime, I do think that things like hygiene stations and more funding for outreach people will go a long way. And it certainly will help people like Dwell Yoga and a lot of other businesses downtown feel like we are supporting them, because we do. And then last thing I'll say is, to Amy, I wish you had stayed, which is okay if she didn't. It's very late. But I just, you know, we come and go. So I hope, Amy, if you're listening, if not, Barbara, maybe I can get you to pass it along. Also, those of us up here, we sort of come and go, but there are people, you know, who dedicate their careers to working at the city, and who make this dedicate their career to public service. And I think Amy is one of those people. And so I'm very shocked by this announcement, and I'm very sad by this announcement. So I really want to wish Amy, you know, a road to recovery and the best of luck as she moves forward. Thanks, Mayor.
Thanks, Councilor. I agree with 99.9% of everything you said. The money wasn't for restoration, it was to help move it. Yeah. No, I let them come up with the restoration. Councilor Graham.
Thank you, Mayor. Did not expect to be saying this, but the conversation has led me here. I'm going to make a book recommendation. It's a book that I'm reading right now. I'm about halfway through. It's called I Never Thought of It That Way by Monica Guzman, who is a leader with an organization called Braver Angels, and they are working to depolarize our very politically polarized nation. They're the largest nonprofit grassroots trying to spark what Ms. Guzman calls courageous conversations. And what I was thinking about, this book is really resonating with me so far, and the underlying theme is understanding, not agreement. So we don't have to agree, but we do have to do the often very hard work to try to understand one another and where we're all coming from. So I'm just gonna throw that out there. If anyone has some extra reading time over the holidays, and I have a copy, happy to lend it along. In regard to the country club, I was also going to, another reading recommendation, Las Cruces Municipal Code, Chapter 40-09. So when I'm not city counciling or NMSUing, I have also done extensive technical writing, and the majority of that has been on National Register of Historic Places nominations, State Historic Preservation Officer recommendations. This is a language where I feel pretty fluent, and just going to second everything that Councilor Coran said, and also throw it out there that whatever happens with this particular building, we need to make sure that our municipal code is a little more locked down on historic preservation, because I think this will just keep happening and happening, and anything I can do, any expertise or experience I can lend, I am more than happy to do so. I'm never more comfortable than nerding out in front of a laptop, so call on me. Just two other little quick things. Congratulations, NMSU football, on your bowl game selection. Heading to, I think it's the Quick Lane Bowl, which I'm not sure.
Andrew said in Detroit.
But it is in Detroit, hometown of Patrick Nolan, Executive Director of the Friends of Organ Mountain Desert Peaks National Monument. I believe he's the most famous resident of Detroit.
In town, because he tells everyone.
In town. But no, congratulations. That's a great thing for the program. And my third reading recommendation. The Las Cruces Bulletin is running a really excellent series of articles right now on local nonprofits and charitable organizations and their very specific current needs. So if you're feeling generous around the holiday season, check that out. I've seen it online. I'm sure it's in print too. And that's all I have. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you very much. Councilor Abeta.
Thank you, Mayor. A few of the considerations that would have to be taken, I think, with regards to an oversight board, which I will just go ahead and say that I am not in favor of. But we do have our charter, and there are certain provisions and prohibitions for us in Article 2, Section 2.05, and that's appointments and removal limitations and administration considerations. Those are sections B and C that do, these are to be placed to protect employees from, counselors, as they said, we come and go, we do things, but it is to protect employees. Another section that would have to be referenced back is that in Article 5, which is the administration, and that's in Section 4.02. And that is on procedures of hearings, grievances, things like that. So all those items in line within our charter, I think, really drive what we're supposed to do. And so that's one of the reasons that I think something like this is not something I am in favor of at this time. But I do sit on both the Oversight Committee, which looks at waste, fraud, and abuse, and I sit on the Public Safety Select Committee as well. And I know within both of those meetings, we are looking at ways to bring forth more information to council as a whole. One of the suggestions that's come out of oversight is that when we have the OIR reports, that we make time during that work session to include the availability to have our public safety be able to give a presentation at the same time, so that we're getting information and can answer questions kind of congruently. And so there is more time for discussion and with the right people at the table to be able to answer, so we can look at things. So just building up those systems to be able to share and have that transparency. On a different topic, I did reach out to Stephen Lopez, our serve for the OEM, to kind of ask about our vaccine task force. We do usually kind of have it on standby still. With the surges of RSV, some COVID, and others, I have asked if we should meet before the end of the year, and he does think that's a good suggestion, so I'll be working with everybody's calendars to try to get that on board before the end of December. I do want to thank Sonia and Phil Katnack and all her staff for the wonderful holiday tree lighting, all the work. There were so many people having a lot of fun this year. I think it was really special. They had a snow machine that was delightful. So great job on that. Thank you. And for providing a little holiday and whimsy, which I think a lot of us need. So thank you very much for that. And those are all my comments. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilor. Okay, Ifo, you had a few days off, it looks like. All rested and everything?
Yep.
Okay, good.
Thank you, Mayor. I know Councilor Beta already mentioned the tree lighting and gave kudos to Parks, and really appreciate all that they did for that. This was my first one. Last year I was out of town, and the year before was COVID, and so it was amazing. But just wanted to give the report back we got from Sonia that there was approximately 3,000 people in attendance. I don't know how that compares to previous years, but it was packed. I mean, so appreciate all that, all the work that's been done there.
It was 2,990 last time, so.
Okay. Yeah. And then from Fire Chief Smith, Academy graduation, December 16th at 2 p.m. at DACC. And then this just came in from Natalie. This is a notice of public hearing and 30-day comment period for the City of Las Cruces Home Investment Partnership American Rescue Plan allocation. A 30-day public comment period will begin on Monday, November 14th, 2022, and end on Thursday, December 15th, 2022 at 4 p.m. The draft home allocation plan will be available for public review starting on Monday, November 14th, from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. Monday through Friday at the Las Cruces City Hall, Economic Development Department, 700 North Main, Suite 1100, or City Clerk's Office, Suite 1200, and the Brannigan Library, 200 East Picacho. It'll also be on the city's website at www.lascruces.gov under the Discover Housing and Community Resources. 2 public hearings to receive comments on the home allocation plan will be held. The first is Wednesday, December 7th, 2022, from 5:30 at the City Hall, 700 North Main Street, room 1158. And another hearing is scheduled for Thursday, December 8th at 2:30 at the Mesilla Valley Community of Hope room. Resource room, 999 West Amador, Las Cruces. I believe that's all the announcements that I got back from staff, but I also, if I may, Amy has been a wonderful asset to the city, and it is yet another tough loss for us, and I know she's not here right now, but she's been a great asset to the city, and if you count up all the millions of dollars that have come through grants with her time, I mean, you talk about the return on investment. And so just want to express my appreciation to her for all that she's done for the city.
Excuse me, Mr. Chair, and Ifo, can you repeat those dates again, please?
For the 2 public hearings?
Yes.
One is December 7th at 5:30 in City Hall, and the other is December 8th at Mesilla Valley Community of Hope Resource Room.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Ifo. If there's nothing further, entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Second.
Motion made by Councilor Flores, second by Councilor Beta. Christine?
It's on a motion to adjourn the regular meeting. Councilor Beta?
Yes.
Councilor Graham?
Yes.
Councilor Bencomo?
Yes.
Counselor Coran?
Yes.
Counselor Flores?
Yes.
Counselor Glendora?
Yes, yes.
And Mayor?
Yes. Okay, it's 5:11 PM. We're adjourned. Thanks. Have a good evening.